Good evening, experiments. Congrats on the first Calibri. Also, hi, Zuli. Thank you for the check-in. Enjoy your potion, my Mike. By sheer coincidence, I believe this game actually literally went on sale just today. No, incorrect. The sequel to this has gone on sale. Or a sequel. It'll be a lot easier to explain. It'll be a lot easier to explain actually get into the actual game. I see two people on my friends list who either bought the sequel or want the sequel, but they haven't played the original. Big fans. But this is the non-existence of you and me. And this is partly responsible for why I said, hey, you can usually find like a VN that's like $1 to $2 and it's so good that it'll change your life. Because when did I buy this? Here's a good way for me to like instantly check. Because I remember seeing this. I remember seeing like, oh, this is really cheap. Like, I'll try it out. And it kind of reignited my... love for VNs. I bought this last year. January. Yeah, I think I had leftover money and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting, I'll get it. And it completely reignited my love for very small VNs. I believe I did everything that I needed to do, but yeah. Because there's a few things that'll be easier to explain later.
很高兴你能愿意为我这么做，只是
I should also note
现在的我还是我吗？
that the primary voice language in this is Chinese. So this is an independent Chinese VN. I don't know when they added a JP voice. I think it wasn't that far off from... I think it might have been there from the original. From, like, the first release, too. I'm truly grateful that you're willing to do this for me, but am I still me right now?
我不清楚，但我也曾期盼过这幅景象，哪怕它只是一种可能。
I don't know. Yet there was a time I longed for this sight, even if it was nothing more than a fleeting possibility.
我没有恶意，只是
I mean no harm, it's just that I'm afraid.
我并不希望它真的发生。
I never truly wished for it to come true.
但无论怎么说，这都是你的选择。
But regardless, this is your choice.
否定这段故事和你选择的选择，我当然也表示认同。
To deny this story and the choice you've made, I completely understand and accept that.
好吧，
Very well then.
那就让此刻的我不复存在吧。
Let the me of this moment fade away forever. The first encounter. This is going to be a very fun read because I also get to philosophize a lot in between a lot of it. Like, this really brought me back to, like, oh, this is why I love visual novels. On that afternoon, Lilith appeared. I'm lying on the bed, lost in a blur of time. I don't know how long I've been asleep, and I can't even remember the last time I ate. The only thing left for me to do is to die here and wait for my body to decay. And then, she showed up by the window. She's also absolutely gorgeous. Maybe a slight bias for the red eyes. She said nothing. I just tilted her head and looked at you, like you were just an object in her room. Of course, you are the real master of this room. You haven't spoken to anyone in a long time, so it takes you a moment to realize how to even start. Who am I? Where am I? What should I? Who am I? Did I just manage to speak? Or is it that choices in this game were meaningless? Silence. Even after silence comes more silence. But silence is always destined to be broken.
我听见了。
I see. I heard it.
你是这个游戏的主角，正在你的房间里准备攻略美少女。
I also specifically want to have the Chinese voice option because it is not often that I get to play a game that has primarily like Chinese VO in it. And like, I really, really, really like Lilith's performance. And a few of the other things that happen later. You're the protagonist of this game, sitting in your room, ready to pursue the path to win over a beautiful girl. And what about you? Are you just a texture on the screen? Are you a figment of my imagination? Are you the beautiful maiden I've encountered? Are you a figment of my imagination?
你是真的想知道，还是因为选项框里只有关于我的选项？
Do you truly want to know? Or is it simply because the only option you can choose is me? In the next moment, she vanished from your sight. Then she emerged again, this time closer than before. You realize what she did. It meant she had just stepped closer to you. Or did you walk towards her instead? A crimson glow, her eyes. They pierce through me, unblinking. This thought lingers in your mind, yet feels like it belongs to someone else. Wait, what are these chaotic noises? Are you asking us? We are the furniture in your chamber. You spent a long time talking to us, so we've become very familiar with everything about you, dear friend. In short, you can think of us as your senses, honored one. Come on, you're just objects. Do objects really deserve to be called senses? Ah, my most loyal subjects. It has been far too long, hasn't it? Do objects really deserve to be called senses? It has been a long time, your majesty. You remain as dignified and full of spirit as ever. What's it like to have someone's eyes fixed upon you? Wonderful. I could stay like this with your gaze upon me forever. Are you wearing colored contacts? Why is it that only your eyes have color? You're staring at me so hard it's making my skin crawl. I hate this feeling. I could stay like this, with your gaze upon me forever.
那我们就这样一直注视着对方，直到死掉为止吧。
Then let's keep staring at each other like this until we both die. Are we really going to die? She is. Maybe the red eyes carry a lot for me. And this is a loop. You can stay here in silence, staring at her, with her staring at you for as long as you want. Do not ask me how, I probably figured that out, but the answer might be a little bit obvious. Not that I mind staring at somebody so pretty for such a long time. Hi, Penny Feather. But whenever you don't want to stare at her, I'm starting to feel a bit tired of this.
当然，
Of course.
那么，你觉得我
So tell
是
me,
真实存在的吗？
do you believe I truly exist? Then do you think she really exists? I'm not sure. I want to figure out the answer to that question with you. Did I just get a hug?
没错，这个行为可以恰如其分地被称作拥抱。
Yes. This gesture could indeed be called a hug.
它是一个仪式，为了能让你感受到我而进行的仪式。
It's a kind of ritual. A ritual intended to make you feel my presence.
所以，此刻的你是什么感觉？
So what are you feeling right now? A brand new sheet of A4 paper slicing your finger as you pull it out. The softness of a cat's fur brushing against your palm. Chalk dust and debris mixing into the air, drawn into your nostrils. The softness of a cat's fur brushing against your palm.
听你的描述，这像是触感，
From your description, that sounds like touch.
也就是说，只有一些细微的感觉。
So, just faint sensations then.
现在我抱得更紧了，这样一来，我们就离得更近了。
Now I hold you tighter, bringing us even closer.
所以，被紧紧拥抱着的你，是什么感觉？
So what does it feel like to be held in a tight embrace? A wet plastic bag dropped on a rainy day. The first sprout breaking through the soil. Food scraps dissolving into stomach acid. The first sprout breaking through the soil.
太好了，感觉变得更加强烈了呢。
Amazing. The sensations are becoming even stronger.
现在我抱得更紧了，这样一来，我们就合二为一了。
Now I'm holding you even tighter. This way we're becoming one.
所以，被深深拥抱着的你，是什么感觉？
So what does it feel like to be deeply embraced? Nothing special. I've been reborn. I can't breathe anymore. Help, help. I've never felt better. I've never felt better. Oh my god. This is also something the game does a lot, where it will kind of flood you with spaces sometimes. This is one of the games that also does something that I really like incredibly well, where just like reading the choices themselves are also entertaining. The world is my representation. Such an observation, though partial, is not without truth. The Enlightenment is mankind's emergence from its self-imposed immaturity. Cosimo lived in the trees, the branches stretched outward, forming a lofty bridge suspended in midair. What exists, exists. What does not exist, does not exist. On the morning of April 16th, Dr. Rick stepped out of his clinic and kicked against the dead rat at the bottom of the stairs. Man is the measure of all things, determining what exists and what does not, yet even this creation is destined to decay. Alice ran across the field ran across the field after it, and fortunately it was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. He seemed like a man stripped of his skin, plunging into a violent storm to battle against the elements. I like the Alice one more. Hi, Hunter. I love you.
很好，仪式成功了。
Perfect. The ritual was a success.
我感动的都要哭出来了呢。
The other thing that this game does incredibly well is bouncing between, like, having very serious tenor moments and then also just being like a normal, I don't want to say like a normal VN, but also bouncing between the comedy so you're not just like inundated with very heavy philosophizing and just like engaging in abstract ideas. Like, it's funny in a way that kind of like grounds you. I'm so moved I could almost cry.
总之，我叫莉莉丝，很高兴能见到你。
Anyway, my name is Lilith. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 1, Sweet Cake Time. The existence of certain cakes is not known to people in a literal sense, yet their very being points to the existence of other cakes in a symbolic way. That is, the belief in the existence of ovens serves as faith or hypothesis for the existence of time machines, and an inexplicable motive at that, experienced by people. Lilith, Cake Studies, Volume 2. Your Majesty, it has been a long time since went missing. Shall we continue to search? How do you even pronounce that? Is it just a mute sound or just block after block after block? Who is a young girl who appears in screens, yellowed notebooks, and fleeting moments of lost time. Like how every Thursday afternoon, John takes a walk to the church square because the pigeons there have finally earned their diplomas. I want to know more about this girl. So none of you know anything. My apologies, Your Majesty. I know. When did you show up? Speak freely, my loyal subject. Go ahead. Speak freely, my loyal subject. Her name is... She was once here, and she has the same as... Her traits include... And... She once, and then chose, which is why you now... Leading to her... In short, the girl beyond the world has disappeared. You stare at the black notebook, and a strange sense of familiarity washes over you. It feels like sipping an aged wine, its deep mahogany color nurtured in an oak barrel, downing it in one gulp, the burning sensation traveling from your throat to your lungs, mingling with the surrounding air. It's not fatal, just slightly melancholic. Open a notebook.
咦，你在做什么？
Huh? What are you doing? You scared me.
不好意思哦，吓到你啦。
Oops, did I scare you? It's nothing.
那让我们继续之前的事情吧。
Well then, let's continue where we left off. What were we doing earlier?
哎呀，难道你已经忘记了吗？
Oh dear, have you forgotten already?
那些誓言，那些羁绊和感动，难道只有莉莉丝还记得吗？
Those vows, those bonds, those heartfelt moments. Are they only memories to Lilith now? Such things never existed in the first place. Oh, bonds, emotions. Such things never existed in the first place.
不记得 也没有关系哦。
Even if you don't remember, it's okay.
这是一个视觉小说，你可以使用历史记录进行回忆。
This is a visual novel, and you can just use the history log to recall everything. And now I have access to the history log. Speaker 1. Player. We're going to be away for a while. Take care of yourself, okay? Oh, by the way, there's a girl coming to stay with us for a while. I wonder what kind of girl she'll be. I'm so excited. 2 hours later. Hi, my name is Lilith. Sorry to bother you, but is this Player's house? Yes, this is the place. Looking at you, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. That's right. It's time to retrieve your memories from your previous life. In your past life, when I was the Sakura Maiden of Divine Rebirth, my power is no longer sufficient to keep the 4 Heavenly Kings sealed away. I remember now. Our memories and bonds. I can remember everything. Lilith-chan, let's save the world together again. That's fantastic, Player-sama. Even though that didn't happen, but sure. We never had such a conversation, did we? That's not the real history log. Oh, Lilith, the Sakura Maiden of Rebirth. I remember everything now. That's not the real history log.
呀，被发现了！
Oh, you caught me.
只是一个小小的玩笑了。
Just a little joke.
我已经把真正的历史记录还给你了，现在你可以正常的使用它了。
I've restored the real history log for you, so you can use it properly now. And now I do. And now it's actually working. And it goes all the way back to even the first encounter. And so that was just a completely fake history log that she gave us before, for whatever reason.
虽然翻看历史记录像是你没有在认真听我说话，但如果是你，我愿意无数遍的讲给你听哦。
Even though flipping through the history log makes it seem like you weren't listening to me, if it's you, I'm happy to repeat myself countless times.
哦，对了，还没有正式介绍过我自己。
By the way, I haven't properly introduced myself yet.
我叫莉莉丝，是你的童年玩伴。
My name is Lilith, and I'm your childhood friend. Oh, I see. Childhood friend? I have one of those?
你已经忘记了吗？夏天的时候，我们会一起奔跑、爬树、抓蝴蝶、玩游戏、做学校布置的作业。
Have you forgotten already? In the summers, we'd run together, climb trees, catch butterflies, play games, and finish our school assignments. I remember now. What you're describing is so generic it could apply to anyone.
那这个怎么样？
How about this?
小时候，我们有一次去爬山，遇到了冬眠结束后来觅食的棕熊。
Once, when we were little, we went hiking and ran into a bear fresh out of hibernation, searching for food. With something like that, it's a wonder we're still alive.
哎呀，不要再抓着这些无关紧要的细节不放了。
Oh dear, don't get caught up in such trivial details.
总之，我是你的童年玩伴，现在和你重逢了。
In
事
short,
情就是这么简单。
I'm your childhood friend, and we've reunited. It's that simple.
话说，你已经很久没吃过东西了吧？
By the way, you haven't eaten anything in a while, have you?
我们去做点东西吃吧。
Let's make something to eat.
锵锵，接下来是莉莉丝特供甜蜜的蛋糕时间哦。
Ta-da! Up next is Lilith's special, sweet cake time.
也就是说，你将在莉莉丝老师的指导下，亲手制作出美味的草莓蛋糕。
Which means you'll be making a delicious strawberry cake under the guidance of Lilith.
然后我们就可以在冒着幸福泡泡的成就感中，一起享用这个蛋糕啦。
Then we can bask in the happiness of our achievement as we enjoy the cake together. I don't really get it, but sure. Wait, why am I the one making it? I hate strawberry cake. Wait, why am I the one making it?
因为老师我要负责指导的部分哦。
because as your tutor, I'm here to guide you.
而且更重要的是，我希望你能亲自体验到完成一件事情的乐趣。
And more importantly, I want you to experience the joy of completing something with your own hands.
你开心了，我也会开心的哦。
If you're happy, I'll be happy too.
那么，我们现在就开始吧。
Alright, let's get started.
关于制作步骤嘛，
The process is simple.
简单来说，就是烤制一个戚风蛋糕胚，然后往蛋糕胚上抹奶油，并点缀草莓。
Bake a chiffon cake base, spread some cream on top, and decorate it with strawberries.
我们先做蛋糕胚的部分。
First, we'll make the cake base.
首先，从橱柜里拿出牛奶、食用油、低筋面粉、细砂糖和鸡蛋。
Take milk, cooking oil, cake flour, sugar, and eggs from the cabinet. Do I even have these things in my cabinet? That's the question you ask yourself. But regardless, this is worth trying. After all, there's no evidence yet that they aren't in the cabinet. Open the cabinet door.
呀，居然真的有！难道是天使般的梦幻美少女提前准备好的？
Oh, they're really here. Could it be that the angelic dream maiden prepared them in advance? Takes out milk, cooking oil, cake flour, sugar, and
首
eggs.
先，我们需要分离蛋清和蛋黄。
First, we need to separate the egg whites from the yolks. Separate them. Separate them with overwhelming sorrow. You look at the egg, me, in front of you, and a profound sadness floods your heart. It's the kind of feeling one might call fate. When is an egg's destiny truly decided? Is it the moment it comes into existence, the moment it is noticed by the girl in front of it, or the moment its fragile shell is shattered by an external force? Or perhaps, in this modern age, where hedonism erodes grand ideals, the concept of fate has long since dissolved.
然后加入牛奶、细砂糖、玉米油进行搅拌。
Next, add milk, sugar, and corn oil and mix them. And add them and mix.
然后加入低筋面粉进行搅拌，
Then add the cake flour and mix. Add them and mix.
然后加入蛋黄搅拌，
Then add the egg yolks and mix. Add them and mix. I don't know why, it's just zooming in on the batter.
然后拿出一个新的碗，加入蛋清进行搅拌，
Then take out the new bowl and the egg whites and mix them. Add them and mix.
然后加入搅拌好的蛋清进行搅拌，
Finally, combine the whipped eggs whites with the batter and mix them. Add them and mix. Mix everything together with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Stir in circles, then another circle, and another. Perhaps the entire world is nothing more than a meaningless machine and endlessly cycling in the droning hum of repetition.
好了，面糊的制备完成了。
All done. The batter is ready.
接下来只要把它放进烤箱就行了。
Next, all we have to do is put it in the oven. Place the batter in the oven. The oven begins to work, just like any normal oven in this world. This marks a release from the tedious labor of machinery, granting you a fleeting moment of freedom.
怎么了吗？
What's wrong? You still haven't answered my earlier question. Who exactly are you? Your presence doesn't make any sense.
嗯哼，没错没错，陌生少女突然出现在家中。
Mm-hmm. You're right. A strange girl suddenly appearing in your house.
以这种设定展开，到底是本年度最具潜力的 Master Love 神作，还是落入俗套的恐怖悬疑片呢？
I also love the way that her sprite changes like mid-dialogue. With such a premise, is this the most promising Master Love masterpiece of the year? Or just a cliche horror suspense story?
所以，你的想法是什么？
So, what's your opinion? You're a murderer hiding behind your cute appearance to strike when the time is right. You're a ghost living in an old house. You're a nagging mom who worries too much about me. You're just a game character. I can't say for sure. Given my previous track record, current track record, I guess at this point, Let's say you're a murderer hiding behind your cute appearance to strike when the time is right.
啊，你是怎么知道的？
What? How do you know that?
怎么会？你怎么会知道？
How could you? How could you know? Your behavior is suspicious. How many times do you think I've seen you? You want me to fall to my death. I'm leaving and you can't stop me.
但现在才发觉，不觉得为时已晚吗？
But now that you've noticed, don't you think it's already too late? What?
你已经吸入了足够的毒素，身体马上就会开始麻痹。
You've already inhaled enough toxins. Your body will soon go numb.
等你再度醒来，就会发现自己被捆起来，在清醒的意识中，看着自己的四肢被一点点卸下。
I really do have a type. When you wake again, you'll find yourself tied up, fully conscious, watching as your limbs are dismantled piece by piece.
这样的结果不应该来得那么快，
This outcome shouldn't have come so quickly.
到底是哪里出了错？
Where did it all go wrong? End to true end.
开玩笑的啦！
Just kidding. You scared me to death.
放心好啦，莉莉丝才不会害你哦。
Don't worry, Lilith would never harm you.
总之，你会觉得我是杀人狂魔。
Anyway, you think I'm a murderer?
是因为你是从自己的视点出发，对我进行认知的吧？
Because you're perceiving me through your own perspective, aren't you?
在理解对方的存在时，脑子里比较容易浮现出的概念，相较于拥有的红细胞、白细胞数、石酸性粒细胞之类的指标。
When understanding the existence of another, the concepts that most easily come to mind are not metrics like red blood cell or white blood cell counts, nor eosinophil indices. I don't know what that last one is. Nope, this is Korean, but this is still a visual novel. Also, hi Saidaku.
果然还是朋友、家人、讨厌的家伙、喜欢的人和绝对不想靠近的存在之类的吧。
It's still concepts like families. It's still concepts like friends, family, those you dislike, people you love, or those you absolutely want to avoid, isn't it?
无论是杀人狂魔、幽灵、老妈，还是游戏角色，都是这些概念的延伸。
Whether it's a murderer, a ghost, a nagging mom, or a game character, these are all extensions of such concepts.
为了使这些概念成立，有一个前提悄悄隐藏起了自身，你注意到了吗？
For these concepts to exist, a premise quietly hides itself. Have you noticed it? The premise is the self as the perspective. Soft pink pads of a kitten's paw, a sizzling hamburger patty under the heat. The premise is the self as the perspective.
没错，让这些概念成立的前提，正是作为观察者视角的我。
Yes, the premise that enables these concepts is the self as the observer's perspective.
朋友是谁的朋友？讨厌的家伙是谁讨厌的家伙？喜欢的人又是谁喜欢的人？杀人狂、幽灵、老妈、游戏角色又要怎么和我互动？
A friend to whom, someone disliked by whom, Someone loved by whom? How do murderers, ghosts, moms, or game characters interact with me? Thank you for the check-in, Lou. Enjoy your potion. My Mike.
莉莉丝的身份是什么样的？以这样的身份与我相遇，我们之间会发生什么故事呢？
What kind of existence is Lilith's identity? Meeting me with such an identity, what stories will unfold between us?
正是因为这些事情与自我有关，才使得你如此在意。
It is precisely because these things are connected to the self that they become so significant to you.
正是因为这些身份是自我判断的结果，所以它才有着至高的地位。
It is precisely because these identities are the judgment of the self that they hold such supreme importance.
也许你会觉得我在说一些理所当然的话，但事实上，自我是一种现代的发明。
You might think I'm saying something obvious, but in truth, the self is a modern invention.
在更久远的时候，世界曾经是一个完整的世界，万物和谐交融在一起。
In earlier times, the world was once a complete world where all things harmoniously merged.
偶尔也会有人察觉到自我这一视点的存在，但大部分的人都将精力投入到了对理念的研究之中。
Occasionally, some might notice the existence of the self as a perspective, but most devoted their energy to exploring grand ideas. Define modern. In the essence of I would say probably pre-globalization. Not necessarily in the sense of... Not like when quote-unquote the new world was discovered, but in... I have to use like the thing I actually know as like a grounding point. But like when... In the very early years of Japan, when Japan still used Chinese as a primarily still primarily as a writing system. There was no differentiation between like this is Japan and then this is China. Like there was no designation between China, Korea, and Japan. It was just, hey, we live in this place and some people go across water to get to that place that's like in the water, and then some people who are in the water, or some people who live on an island in the water, have to go across to connect to that other land. But what connected them all was their language. There was no defined sense of borders. So in theory, you can define modern as the existence of borders or the designation between one and another. But that also falls into the trappings of like the self perspective. And again, because it could be a definition of like what is modern in relation to the self. Is it modern as in something that has come out in the past 5 years, or is it modern in the sense of global history? But how much do you define modern? And that's more of a self perspective. Because let's say, theoretically, hundreds of years from now, sometimes for whatever reason, the internet is still around and is still fully functional. Our context of modern, this in the current moment, could be defined as modern, but for somebody who is seeing this far later can perceive it as the past. And then they're also going to ask, okay, what do you mean by modern? Is that modern, or would that be requalified as pre-modern? Time is a very lucid thing, but again, that foundation for what is modern is defined by the anchor in the self. Hence, you might be already seeing why I really like this game. But like, yeah, the things that she's talking about now is all in the context of relation to the self. Like, the choices between like, oh, you're a murderer, you're a nagging mom, you're a video game character, you're a ghost. Like, the establishment of the wall between you and another person is founded on the grounds of what you are and presuming what that connection is. Meeting me with such an identity, what stories will unfold between us? It is precisely because these things are connected to the self that they become so significant to you. It is precisely because these identities are the judgment of the self that they hold such supreme importance. Because I am choosing to see her either as a murderer, as a ghost, as a mom, or as a game character, that says more about me rather than it says anything about her. It is a reflection. The way that you are seeing somebody is a reflection of yourself. That is the core of the discussion that she's digging into at this point. In earlier times, the world was once a complete world where all things harmoniously merged. Occasionally, some might notice the existence of the self as a perspective, but most devoted their energy to exploring grand ideas. So what she's meaning is when there was no differentiation between, hey, this person... It's the difference between saying... this person lives in a different time zone than me. Like, that is what... When somebody lives in a different time zone than me, that's the closest that I can really use as, like, a differentiation between me and somebody else. I suppose mine was the wrong question. No, it's still a good question. Because you're trying to anchor that so that you're trying to anchor the definition of what modern is. But that is also still an entirely subjective perspective that is based on the self. Like how I don't really differentiate between certain people kind of by location, but I do by time zone. Mainly because that's useful for me to know, like, okay, what do I need to do, or like, how do I need to adjust my schedule so that I can still interact with those people or that person? But again, that is still very subjective from my perspective. I am in a very specific time zone, so then it is easier for me to interact with other people in a similar time zone than me. But but again, that is specifically grounded because of where I am and like its relation to me, of that other person's relation to me based off of their time zone. Like that is the designation because I have other things that I need to do. I have certain things that I'm doing. When certain things take time for me to do things, that limits my ability to interact with somebody else. It is all founded around the idea and perspective of the self.
那是一个宏大的、完美的、包容万物的理念。它有时幻化为物质，有时幻化为上帝，有时又变成罗各斯。
These ideas were magnificent, perfect, and all-encompassing. Sometimes they manifested as matter, sometimes as gods, sometimes as logos.
但无论如何，只要想到它的存在，人们就能获得安心。
But no matter what, as long as people thought of their existence, they felt reassured.
接着，时间进入现代，自我被发现了。
Then time moved into the modern era, and the self was discovered. So, what Lilith is defining as modern is the relation to and the understanding of the self as a concept.
当人将自己视为观察的对象时，世界因此分裂，变为主观和客观两部分。
When people regarded themselves as objects of observation, the world split into two parts, subjective and objective. Like how her grounding for the modern history. Because no, this comes back to it. Time moved into the modern era and the self was discovered. When people regarded themselves as the object of observation, the world split into two parts, subjective and objective. To her, the definition and establishment of the self as an idea is her definition of the modern world. Whereas for some people it would be the founding of the Americas, or discovery of the Americas by the British. We can nitpick about that later. For other people, the definition of modern would be after the Berlin Wall had collapsed, or it could be at the turn of the century. But then again, those are all coming from a subjective perspective. You can be objective and say the Berlin Wall did fall, but you can say modern history began when the Berlin Wall fell, and that is a subjective position based off of an objective thing that did happen.
于是，世界再次展开了。这次，它像镜子一样出现裂痕，然后破碎。镜面倒映出无数个小世界。
Thus, the world unfolded again. This time, it fractured like a mirror, and the shards reflected countless smaller worlds.
这次，它与作为试点的自我息息相关。
This time, it became inseparably linked to the self as a perspective.
而这正是我们讨论一切议题的开始。
And this marks the beginning of every topic we discuss. Wait, why are you suddenly telling me this?
我是真实存在的吗？
Do I truly exist?
你之前提过，想要和我一起去寻找这个问题的答案。
You mentioned before that you wanted to explore this question with me.
所以，在接下来的时间里，我们会一起做各种事，并思考一些议题。
So, in the time to come, we'll do all sorts of things together and contemplate certain topics. In order to understand the concept or the idea behind the question of, do I truly exist, we need to have a grounding node, essentially. That node being what is the foundation of the sense. What is the foundation of the sense of self? Ayman, this is why I love this game. It completely reignited my love for like very small but like highly philosophical VNs, even just to explore an idea.
直到故事的最后，你能坚定地做出属于自己的选择。
Until the story's end, where you can firmly make your own choices.
咦，试点有这么重要吗？也许你会这么提问。
Is the perspective really that important? Maybe you'd ask this.
只要是有常识的人，就都会觉得世界正在理所当然地运行着吧，就像这个游戏现在正理所当然地运行着一样。
Anyone with common sense would think that the world is naturally functioning as it should, wouldn't they? Just like this game is naturally running as it should.
没错，你发现了关键所在，那便是常识。
Yes, you found the key. Common sense.
所谓常识，正是作为试点的自我认识世界的重要工具。
So-called common sense is the crucial tool by which the self perceives the world.
只要我们借助常识的力量，有选择性地收集需要的信息，世界就会以一种可理解的方式呈现在我们眼前。
As long as we leverage the power of common sense to selectively gather the information we need, the world presents itself to us in an understandable way.
常识是如此可靠，以至于很多时候会令人忘记自我这一试点。
Common sense is so reliable that it often makes people forget the self as a perspective.
在这个游戏里，需要具备的常识是，这是个文字游戏。
In this game, the common sense you need is, this is a visual novel.
既然是文字游戏，那么通常来说，就是图片加背景的各种变体，本质都是差不多的，很好理解。
And since it's a visual novel, it's typical variations of text combined with images and backgrounds. Essentially, they're all quite similar and easy to understand.
比如说，你看到了莉莉丝的例会，看到对话框的名称里写着莉莉丝，就觉得是莉莉丝在和你对话。
For example, you see Lilith's sprite and dialog box that says Lilith, so you assume it's Lilith speaking to you. So, what she is essentially actually getting at is that the understanding of common sense is a flawed understanding of the world. It is you imposing your own understanding and your own perspective as a guiding rule for what the world is, because it makes the world make sense to you. But because it continues to make so much sense to you, because you are guiding the world by your own quote-unquote common sense, you forget that common sense is founded upon your own perception of self. Common sense cannot exist without a completely subjective opinion because it comes from your own perspective. And that perspective is founded entirely on the idea of the self. If it makes sense to you, therefore it must be common sense. And you end up following common sense so much to the point that you forget where that common sense idea came from. Common sense is so reliable that it often makes people forget the self as perspective. And she's using the medium itself as an example of this. In this game, the common sense you need is that it is a visual novel. And since it's a visual novel, it's typically variations of text combined with images and backgrounds. Our interior logic, like inside of our own heads, our own interior logic of what a visual novel is what is grounding us in our expectation of what this game is going to be, because it says, hey, it's a visual novel. So from your perspective, it could mean paradoxical consciousness. It is. Because you end up thinking, it becomes such a continuous interior logic that it's like, oh, I don't need to keep thinking about it. But the more that you don't think about it, the more that you kind of lose the fact that it is entirely just your own perception from yourself imposed onto other things or the rest of the world. Because again, what does a visual novel mean? What does a visual novel mean to you? What does it mean to somebody else? If two people use the same word, a visual novel, what does that mean? For one person, it could mean something like Phoenix Wright, where it is very linear, but there are certain puzzles that you end up doing to continue the story forward to reach the actual conclusion. Or to somebody else, someone like me, my conception of a visual novel is something closer to You and Me and Her. Something where there are multiple choices and those lead down different branches and those lead to different endings. And there might be a true ending, there might be a bad ending, there might be an okay or good ending. But that is founded off of my own experience of visual novels, which typically, like, I don't want to say started with Kadowa Shoujo, but like, because that comes to mind, because Kadowa Shoujo comes to mind, because Steins Gate comes to mind, because so many other visual novels come to mind, that is my foundation for a common sense or what a visual novel is. But for other people, a visual novel could be something that is more defined by DDLC, which is far more linear without as many choices. Like, it could provide a very interesting narrative, there could be very cute characters, or the idea is that it's very subjective, or not subjective, it could be very subversive. So then, like, oh, if it's not like that, if it's not a visual novel like that, then is that really a visual novel to that person? Is Slay the Princess more of a visual novel? Is, I'm forgetting the other game Black Tabby is like currently working on. Scarlet Hollow. Is Scarlet Hollow a visual novel? Is Danganronpa a visual novel? Is Persona a visual novel? Like, what your own self-imposed idea of what a visual novel is becomes your common sense. And so when somebody else presents you with something that is their common sense, you either might align with it or it might be completely different. And you're like, that person's wrong. That's not what a visual novel is, because this is what it is to me, because that's what makes sense to me. That's my foundation. That's my guiding rule of what a visual novel is. Travis Strikes Again can be considered a visual novel. Kadowa Shoujo mentioned. Like, it is. Like, Kadowa Shoujo is an incredibly foundational Western VN. And like, it's either that or DDLC, and I don't have strong opinions about, I have strong opinions about DDLC, but that is a topic for another time. But I also, like, Danganronpa comes to mind. I played the Ace Attorney games. Persona comes to mind. Because if you really want to get down to like the extremely bare bones like limits on what that is, let's use Lilith's like own description. like essentially they're quite similar and easy to understand. It's typically variations of text combined with images and backgrounds. So Pyre is a big non-standard one for me. Pyre would also include Pyre would count as a visual novel. Dialogue options in the middle of Hades would also count as a visual novel. Do the text segments in Nier and Nier Automata, does that count as a visual novel? Do the segments in Travis Strikes Again count as a visual novel? What about the segments in No More Heroes 3? Like, is it any game that uses sprites and then uses a text box and then says, hey, this is the character that's speaking? Would that count as a visual novel? Like, the more that you dig into what these ideas are, the more they start falling apart in terms of being something that is a universal rule that you can consistently apply to understand what a visual novel is. This is why genres mean nothing. This is a debate that I could only have in a VC. Because it's arguing about like so ads are gonna start in a sec. Because it's not even necessarily an argument, it's more just like, it's breaking down like what makes a genre. What bare bones element does something need to be considered one thing, and how much does it not, how much of those things need to not be there to not be considered as part of another thing, or how much of something else needs to be put into it before somebody says, no, that's not a visual novel anymore. Because I called Persona a visual novel. I still consider Persona a visual novel. But is it more of a visual novel to some people, or is it more of a JRPG? Is Persona 3 Portable more of a visual novel, or is that more of a JRPG? Like, and it depends on your perspective. It depends on like what your qualifications for those things are. Also, ads have started, so let me BRB so I can stand up. This is why I love this game. This is why I adore this game so much. Cause like, there's so many ways that the things that it talks about are just like engaged in such a fun and interesting way. And it's just perfect for jumping off and like going into a full discussion. That's why this reignited my love for visual novels, because I'm also thinking like, oh, 999 counts, Virtue's Last Reward counts, Zero Time Dilemma counts, 100 Line especially counts. But would the Somnium Files count? Like, is that more of a detective game, or is that more focused on the text? This is gonna be fun. I love this game so much. I love this game, and I especially love, like, when you can break down just, like, how meaningless certain things are. Because here are, like, two incredible examples that I can use that I kind of hope make some people mad. Like, to go back to Persona, is Persona 4 Arena a visual novel, or is it a fighting game? For some people, that answer is very obvious. For other people, like, you can sit there and watch those cutscenes for a very long time, because that is just a visual novel. Is Valkyria Chronicles a tactical RPG, or is it a visual novel? Or is it both? Because sometimes the answer is both. Like, let me scroll through a bunch of my games and just, like, show how abstract you can kind of, like, really make this. Because a sprite doesn't necessarily need to be specifically a 2D sprite, it can be a 3D sprite. And if you're kind of, like, really abstracting, oh, well, if it's a 3D sprite, then, like, what's the limit on that? You can consider 1,000 Times Resist a visual novel. The Great Villainous Strategy of Lily you consider a visual novel. Grand Blue Fantasy you can consider a visual novel. Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Ruina, those are visual novels. Olympus Company is a visual novel. Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk, Milk Inside of a Bag of Milk, that's a visual novel. I'm just digging through various games that are just in my library. Like, when you pull apart the pieces of what makes a game, you can, like, really force, like, what makes certain things into certain things. Like, even among visual novels. Like, let me go through the specific ones that I have in my own, like, Steam library. Valhalla is a visual novel, and that has multiple choices that will lead to different conversations, and that can lead to different endings. But is that any more of a visual novel than Zato, which is way more linear without any real branching choices, but is one inherently more of a visual novel than the other because of its linearity and because of the choices that you can make? Silvercade's also incredibly linear, but that still is also a visual novel, but there's also long segments of gameplay where you're kind of just pointing, clicking, and, like, moving forward from one spot to the other. Zero Time Dilemma is broken up by puzzles. Zero Time Dilemma, 999, and VLR all broken up by either certain abstract puzzles or more escape room puzzles. First considered a primary force of the game flow. Well, that depends. Like, what is... I can go back to Persona 4 Arena. If you're playing that story mode, how much of that story mode are you playing? Like, how much of that story mode is you fighting versus how much of that story mode is you reading story? Because that's a long VN. The story in Persona 4 Arena and P4AU is incredibly long, especially if you just, like, let it autoplay. Like, yeah, you can fight in between matches, but, like, are you playing that because you want to enjoy the story? Because in which case, then it would be more of a VN because you're spending most of your time listening and watching the cutscenes. But if you're playing that as just, like, a fighting game to play with other friends, then of course you're primarily going to say that that's a fighting game. And there might be some people who get stuck on certain puzzles, so you end up spending more time doing some puzzles and stuff like 999 and VLR. For certain tactical RPGs, like, does Final Fantasy Tactics count? Does Fire Emblem count as a visual novel or a strategy RPG? Like, it all gets broken down into core elements and how much one matters to you in the context of, like, what matters. Like, how much does that thing weigh on you? And even Persona is also like a really good example that I like bringing up, because you theoretically can spend far more time doing and playing gameplay than actually just watching cutscenes and like listening to character dialogue. Like, that is a choice that you have complete control over. And all because you're spending more time doing one thing, that doesn't mean that the other thing that you're not doing isn't also a part of the experience. Like, it's all founded on your own perception of common sense and what is important to you. Like, the things that you are setting those definitions around all comes from your own self-perception. This is also still only chapter 1.
那所谓常识，真的是绝对可靠的吗？
But is common sense truly infallible?
也许事情根本就不是这么一回事，也许这些话都是莉莉丝的发带说的，也许这里的莉莉丝3个字根本毫无意义。
What if that's not the case at all? What if all these words are being said by Lilith's hairband? What if the name Lilith in a dialogue box means absolutely nothing?
又比如，你看到了我身后的场景，便认为这个故事是在房间内发生的。
Similarly, you see the scene behind me and conclude the story is taking place in a room.
但如果将我们所在的场景拉远呢？
But what if we zoomed out from this scene?
也许这只是舞台布景的一部分，许多观众正坐在台下注视着我们。
Perhaps this is merely part of a stage set, with many spectators sitting below watching us.
也许这是一部电影的拍摄现场，摄影机正对着我们，而你是一个忘记台本的演员。
Perhaps this is a movie set and cameras are pointed right at us, and you're just an actor who's forgotten your lines.
也许外面的世界是地震过后一片荒凉的废土。
Perhaps the world outside is a desolate wasteland ruined by earthquakes.
也许这里是人类文明的最后一个据点。
Perhaps this is the last refuge of human civilization.
也许这是发生在别的星球上的故事。
Perhaps this is a story taking place on another planet.
一旦常识产生动摇，这个世界在你面前呈现出的相貌就发生了变化。
The moment common sense falters, the appearance of the world before you changes.
这个世界不再完满，它被要求更多的解释。
The world is no longer complete. It demands more explanations.
至此，自我的探索开始了。
At this point, the exploration of self begins. Meaning, essentially, to actually discover and understand more of who you are, you have to dislodge yourself from your own understanding of the world by breaking down what common sense is and uprooting what that is, because you can no longer because the rule that you use to essentially understand the rest of the world has fallen apart. It's not going to work anymore. And so, okay, what do I do then? What is the rest of the world then? And that's fertile soil to understand more about yourself.
根据自我得到的不同体验，世界的相貌也会发生改变。
And based on the different experiences of the self, the appearance of the world also changes. My head feels dizzy. The self influences the world? Have you given an answer? Are you keeping silent? Are you engaging in some sort of experimental performance art? Perhaps the answer doesn't matter as much. Maybe you simply need an outlet for your emotions, or perhaps you just need a confirmation of your own existence. But no matter what, these words have affected you in some way. And then your gaze fixes on the running oven, a fateful glance. Damn it, stop thinking like that. Even if you tell yourself not to think, it's futile. Like being told not to think of an elephant, yet thinking of one anyway. Your worst fears come true, and the next second the oven makes a sound. I'm wondering Is it possible I might actually be a time machine?
糟了，快停止这种想法！我们的蛋糕还在里面烤着呢。
Stop this thought. Our cake is baking in there. You can hear it talking. A time machine's workflow is simple. Put something inside, close the door, then open the door and take it out. Moreover, the state of the item is different when it comes out than when it went in. Yes, that's exactly my workflow.
不行，这样下去绝对不行。
So the oven is having an existential crisis because it doesn't understand if it is cooking something or if it is a time machine. This won't do. Simply not.
如果烤箱真的变成时间机器，就会发生很可怕的事情。
If the oven really turns into a time machine, terrible things will happen. Terrible things?
是的，
Yes.
一旦烤箱真的变成了时间机器，世界线就会发生巨大的变动，我们如今拥有的生活就会分崩离析，然后被重构成新的模样。
If the oven truly becomes a time machine, the world lines will shift dramatically. Our current lives will crumble apart and everything will be reconstructed into a new form.
你听过这个流行的理论吗？即使是像蝴蝶扇动翅膀这样微小的改变，也会引发在远处的一场飓风。
Have you heard of this popular theory? Even the smallest change, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, can cause a hurricane far away.
所以，我们无法预测烤箱变成时间机器这件事会对现实世界造成多大影响。
So we can't predict how the oven turning into a time machine will impact the real world.
比如，我们会进入一个所有人每天都要被强制玩25小时文字游戏的邪恶世界。如果有谁违反了规则，就会被赶回原来的世界。
For example, we might end up in a dystopian world where everyone is forced to play visual novels 25 hours a day, and if anyone breaks the rules, they'll be... That doesn't sound too bad. That's terrifying. How could such a world exist?
不好说哦。
Hard to say.
总之，说服烤箱的重任交给你了，一定要让烤箱觉得它只是个烤箱。
In any case, the task of convincing the oven falls to you. You must make it believe that it is just an oven.
或者说，一定要让作为试点的你觉得它只是个烤箱。
Or rather, you must make yourself, as the observer, believe it's just an oven. Alright, leave it to me. To make the oven believe it's not a time machine, but just an oven. Is that a science joke? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. Plausible deniability. I need to find the right thought and capture it before it slips away. I'm ready. Also, now does this stop being a VN because now I have to keep clicking on different things. You're an oven. You're an oven. You are not an oven. What else could you be but an oven? You're not an oven. What else would you be? You're an oven. You're an oven. You're an oven. You're an oven. It is also talking about divergence values. I need an aim trainer anyway. What else could you be but an oven? You're not a time machine. You're an oven. You're not a time machine. It's over. The oven made a crisp sound. It signaled that the process was complete. Open the oven. It's a normal cake. Thank goodness, we did it. Do you smell something burnt? Burnt? Takes out the baking tray. Ugh. How did this happen? Well, I just went through an intense psychological battle and the stress was just too much for me to handle. When the pressure builds, the boiling point of water rises, and so the food ends up at a higher temperature. Sorry, I didn't anticipate this at all. It's okay. Let's keep working on the cake and finish it. You take the cake out of the mold, the burnt smell invading the room in an almost aggressive way. But you steady your mind and push through. Under Lilith's guidance, you slice the strawberries, whip the cream, and combine it all with the cake layers. Now it looks like a proper cake. No, an enticing one. The unevenly spread cream gives it a charm that sets it apart from the mass-produced factory goods. Isn't that moving?
现在我们成功完成了一件事。
Now we've accomplished something.
虽然不能吃，但我们还是可以一起完成分享蛋糕的仪式。这是我们通过行动改变了世界的证明。
Even though it's not edible, we can still share the ritual of cutting the cake. This is proof we changed the world through our actions. Cut the cake. And the first slice to Lilith.
蛋糕掉了！
The cake fell.
怎么办？怎么办？怎么办？
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
明明是充满爱意的递过来的蛋糕，但莉莉丝却没能接住。
Even though you handed it to me with such love, I couldn't catch it.
怎么会变成这样子？
How did it come to this?
非常抱歉，真的非常抱歉。
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Your reaction is adorable. It's okay, I'll clean it up.
谢谢你，真的很抱歉，还有你帮忙收拾。
Hi, Effie. Even if you can't stay long, that's perfectly fine. Thank you, but I'm really sorry for making you help with this. I enjoyed baking the cake with you. That's enough for me. Besides, cleaning this up isn't much trouble. Wipe Lilith's tears away. You're right. The process is what matters. Before meeting you, I thought life was meaningless. I just waited for it to crush me. Silently begins cleaning the mess. You're right. The process is what matters.
谢谢你。
Thank you. In the next moment, you feel a faint pressure on your shoulders and back. The scent of her hair and the softness of her skin. As the brief moment ends, Lilith gazes at you warmly, though there's a hint of mischief in her eyes.
既然案发现场已经被收拾完了，
Well, now that the scene of the crime is cleaned up,
那么现在就轮到莉莉丝来补偿你啦。
it's time for Lilith to repay you.
请闭上眼睛。
Close your eyes. Close your eyes normally, close your eyes indifferently, close your eyes with anticipation.
现在可以睁开了哦。
You can open them now.
怎么样？这里是不是超棒？
Isn't this place amazing? It's amazing. I thought the compensation would be something else. I've been meaning to ask, where is this place?
这里是莉莉丝的秘密房间，
This
是
is
对你开放哦。
this is Lilith's secret room, Wonderland. It's only open to you. How did we suddenly end up here? There's no light or windows, yet it's bright. You call this a room, but it's just a sofa and a table.
讨厌啦！居然对人家的房间刨根问底到这种程度。
Oh, come on. Who picks apart someone's room like this?
差点忘了正事。
Right, I almost forgot the main event.
看到了吗？只需要我一个响指，美味的
Just
蛋糕
one
就
snap
出
of
现
my
了。
fingers and delicious cake appears.
没错，作为补偿，请你吃莉莉丝特制草莓蛋糕。
Yes, as a reward, enjoy this Lilith special strawberry cake. Thanks, I'll dig in. Why did the cake just appear on the table? Are the strawberries on it a little too big? And what's with the sparkling effect around the cake? Unfortunately, I have a sweet tooth and I really like strawberry, so I'll take it. Thanks. doesn't seem to have any flavor?
因为我还没有描绘它的味道。
Well, I haven't described the taste yet.
比起蛋糕的味道，我果然还是对奶油的质感和草莓的色泽之类的东西更感兴趣。
Honestly, I'm more interested in the cream's texture and the strawberry's color.
所以描绘味道的部分就留给你啦，很简
So,
单的。来
so
试试
leave the
看吧。
flavor to you. It's easy. Just imagine it.
对了，除了草莓蛋糕外，你也可以把它描绘成其他味道。
Oh, and by the way, you don't have to stick to strawberry. You can make it taste like anything. Concentrates on a strawberry cake. Imagine it tastes like strawberry cake. Imagine it tastes like chocolate cake. Imagine it tastes like fried chicken. I will imagine it tastes like chocolate cake, even though I don't like chocolate.
我好像闻到了巧克力蛋糕的味道。
I think I can taste chocolate cake.
哦，巧克力蛋糕味的草莓蛋糕，好像很酷的样子。
Oh, chocolate strawberry cake. Sounds cool.
我会怀着虔诚的心情享用它的。
A little bit reverence. And so you and Lilith shared a chocolate-flavored strawberry cake and spent a joyful moments together. And so, it will bring you back to the main title screen. However, continue never changes. That's not the end. I think it mainly does that because there's not really a save function. So, in order to actually get to the next chapter, you have to keep hitting continue. Heart-pounding adventures. Chapter 2. It is the 2D beautiful girl who bestows the essence of mandrakes upon mandrakes. The unformed defines the formed. This essence, intertwined with the transcendence of hamburger patties, gravitates beyond the ego within the existence of the demon king, reaching a plane of being that defies the direction prescribed by the Morphean Codex. Satre, existence and NPCs. Even though I don't think Satre wrote anything like that.
喂，快起床，要迟到了哦。
It is a good way to enforce stopping points, but it is also a good way to trick players and to not get to doing your game. Wake up, wake up. You're going to be late. Huh? Who are you?
是莉莉丝，你已经忘记了吗？
It's Lilith. Did you forget already?
真是的，就算是开玩笑，我也会伤心的哦。
Unbelievable. Even as a joke, that's so mean. It makes me sad. I'll remember next time. I hear your name, so I can't remember it. I'll remember next time.
谢谢。
Thank you. Let me sleep a little longer.
不行，快起床啦！
No way. Get up right now.
唉，你总是这个样子。明明我每天早上都特地来叫你起床。
You're always like this. I even come to wake you up every single morning. What time is it now? 2:40, Your Majesty. 2:40 in the morning. Who gets woken up at such an hour?
你是从下午4点开始睡的，到现在为止已经睡了10小时。
You've been sleeping since 4 in the afternoon. That's 10 hours already.
为了自己的健康，现在就要起床了哦。
For your own health, it's time to wake up.
而且再不起床就要迟到了。
Besides, if you don't, you'll be late. Waking up at 2 in the morning after a 10-hour nap is not a great feeling, but you do feel like you have a lot of energy, I will say that much. Late for what?
因为再睡下去的话，
Because if you keep sleeping,
你就要错过不存在的逐梦者冥聪之森了。
you'll miss the non-existence of Morphean Codex of the Morphean Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots. So, let me go back a sec. Hey, so that other game that I talked about that was the sequel to this game, you want to hazard a guess the name of that game? It is the non-existence of Morphean Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots. The non-existence of Morphean Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots?
没错没错，是莉莉丝连夜完成的本年度最受期待的剧情向角色扮演游戏。
Yes, it's the storyline RPG I worked through the night to complete. The most anticipated narrative-driven role-playing game of the year. Reminder. Non-existence of Morphean Codex, the Forest of Silver Shallots, has only entered early access on January 18th. Meanwhile, the non-existence of You and Me came out December 15th, 2024. She was running PR for her next game a year and ahead of advance. Is it mandatory to play?
没错，非玩不可哦。
Yes, it's absolutely mandatory to play.
现在，让我们一起闭上眼睛。
Now, let's close our eyes together. Close eyes with as normally as possible. Close eyes with zero expectations. Close eyes brimming with excitement, with zero expectations. You can open them now. What is this place?
如你所见，这里是王都宫殿。
As you can see, this is the royal palace.
你会在这里开启旅途，扮演逐梦者，穿过广袤的银葱之森，战胜魔王，救下公主。
You'll begin your journey here as the Morphean Paradox, traveling through the vast forest of Silver Shallots, defeating a demon lord and rescuing the princess. Such a cliched storyline. Can this really be considered plot-driven? It's a fresh take on a tradition, with our own interpretation of the narrative.
很识货嘛。
Sharp eye.
那不是国王吗？我们快去觐见他吧。
The king over there. Let's go meet him. I can't see his face.
解释起来有点复杂。
It's a bit complicated.
总之，和他对话就会发生神奇的事情呢。
Let's just say something magical happens when you speak to him. Why is the king's form so blurry?
反正国王的唯一作用就是说句话，然后发任务吧。
Whatever, the king's only job is to give us a task anyway, right?
就算看不清脸，也不影响我们对话。快去问问他关于任务的事情吧。
Even if I can't see his face, it doesn't matter. Let's just talk to him about the quest. Ask the king about the quest. The princess has been taken by the demon lord. Please, brave the Morphean Paradox. Rescue her. The princess?
一般来说，公主应该在旅途终点，银葱森林彼端的魔王城里等着你来营救。
Usually, the princess shall be waiting at the end of the journey, with the demon lord's castle on the far side of the forest of Silver Shallots. Then let's begin our grand adventure.
那么，我们一起踏上冒险旅途吧。
Let's embark on our adventurous journey together.
这么快就遇到了新的 NPC 了呢？
We've already encountered a new NPC. Someone passing by. You're the one I've chosen. A scholar. And she's really cute. L'info c'est le chat. Hello, I'm a scholar researching plants in a forest, but I've been running into some trouble. What kind of random task is this? I'm not interested. I'm willing to help. Great, that's the spirit. You successfully accept the task. Task name, Scholar Side Quest, temporary. Next time, please come up with a more official name. Not bad, it does feel like an RPG. Next time, please come up with a more official name.
您的宝贵意见已收到。
Your valuable feedback is duly noted. So here's the situation. I'm working on a paper about mandrake plants, but I've hit a major bottleneck. When drafting the sections on the properties and effects, there's one point that stumped me for days. I've been pondering for ages, but I can't just figure it out. The dilemma is... should I let this mandrake plant discover that it's the true culprit of the tragic incident 5 years ago and then commit suicide out of guilt? It sounds more like a novel. Is this a scholarly paper? Well, there's no choice. Scholars have to write academic papers. That's the definition of being a scholar. Of somebody who's like actively in the field. But the same old formulas make it impossible to hold anyone's attention. Just like after playing 100 dating sims where you meet, date, and embrace a seemingly infinite combination of hairstyles, hair colors, eye colors, personalities, and identities of cute girls. Eventually, you'd want to try a dating sim where you romance a mandrake plant, wouldn't you? Which brings me to the masterpiece I'm working on. Summer Sakura Girls with Snow Country. Vows blooming under the hues of pure longing. Tell me more, though it does sound suspiciously like a game I played before. I'm here to grind the level up, not to help you write your script.
没事啦，作为逐梦者，我们就先听听学者的要求吧。
It's fine. As the Morphine paradoxes, let's hear out the scholar's request first. So here's the story. The mandrake plant is a white-haired, red-eyed girl with twin tails named Sakurako. Wait, isn't she just another cute girl? How's she any different from the usual heroines in other games? Exactly. While Sakurako acts like a typical cute girl in every way, I never explicitly mentioned in a text that she's a mandrake plant, so the player would never know this setting. But as the author, I decided it to be so. Therefore, it is so. An undeclared setting is no different from non-existence, is it? It seems like it isn't. Continue listening. Sakurako is a transfer student at this school, and on the first day, she realizes she's late. She hurriedly grabs a piece of bread, shouting, I'm late, and as she runs to school. I feel like I already know what's going to happen next. Really? As expected of my soulmate. Sakurako dashes along, and, at a corner, suddenly collides with something. Ouch, that hurts, she says, rubbing her forehead. She looks up and sees... the male protagonist of the game extending a hand to her. At that moment, all her anxiety about starting at the new school alone vanishes. Excellent idea. I'll note that down. Then, Sakurako successfully finds her classroom. The teachers write her name on the blackboard, introduces her to class, and assigns her to sit by the window. As she takes her seat, she notices the boy sitting next to her is... the one she met that morning. He becomes her deskmate and hands her a piece of paper with some warm, encouraging words. Excellent idea. I'll note that down. The first day of school passes quickly, and before she knows it, it's time to go home. After school, there's a short period of extracurricular activities. Sakurako decides to join a club. She heads to the floor where the club rooms are. Trusting her instincts as she approaches the door, standing in front of the second-to-last classroom on the left, she musters all her courage and knocks. After a brief wait, the door opens, and inside she sees... a frantic murder scene. The killer realizes they accidentally killed the wrong person. The killer eliminates their accomplice and is pursuing the victim to help stage the scene. Amazing, fantastic. Inspiration is flowing endlessly. Alright, I know what to write now. Here, this is your reward from me. You received the Mofrian Codex. This book looks familiar. In conclusion, the girl beyond this world has vanished. I'm different from it. even though we share the same essence. You can talk to you. For a legendary, the Morphean Paradox, a talking book is nothing surprising. Except the Morphean Codex. Well, after all, I am the Morphean Paradox. The Morphean Paradox thought as they naturally tucked away the Morphean Codex. Actually, I've been meaning to ask, what's with the strange voice? Talking about accepting quests and putting things into a pocket and all that. You can hear it too? Wait a minute. Could it be that you're the Morphean Paradox? And the voice, is it the game narrator? And we're just inside a game? Exactly, that would be me. So, I'm just a minor NPC scholar in this game. Is this the truth of my existence? As I was creating Sakurako's story, was someone else out there creating mine? It seems so. It's okay. I'm not upset about it. Oh, soulmate, to appear in this game as a scholar, it actually makes me very happy. Identity represents a limitation. In defining something, we inevitably negate other possibilities. This is one of my favorite conversations in the game. So, very briefly, to bring it back to disco, as I had brought it up before, or like last time, which is actually very good that we got that reality lowdown. The inverse of a problem where something is defined by it's not even an inverse of a problem. The same way that the pale is defined by what it is not, that is essentially what the same thing that basic identity is. Identity represents a limitation. In defining something, we inevitably negate other possibilities. Identity means moving away from perfection. What a sad thing that is. But it's precisely through this form of identity that I get to meet you, and we're able to have this dialogue. I am not omniscient, which is why I can experience new and delightful surprises in our conversations. I'm not standing at the end of the world, which is why I can keep moving forward. We are not destinations. We are bridges leading towards destinations. Both from nothingness, our existence is self-made, continuously manifesting in the world. This is our freedom, and it is also the shackles we must bear. You see, even with the powerful label of NPC Scholar, I'm unlike any scholar you've ever encountered, am I not? Even if Sakurako's story could be summarized as a dull and cliché narrative, she would still live her life to the fullest, making the best choices within her framework and enjoying her existence, wouldn't she? So, I hope you won't reduce the non-existence of Morphean Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots, to static labels, being in itself, like the Morphean Paradox saves the princess. This is the story of a Morphean Paradox endlessly walking the path of becoming the Morphean Paradox. But the Morphean Paradox, What a deeply misunderstood term. So, this one is relatively brief, but I love this conversation. It is it's very self-determined, because it is recognizing the limits that come with any sense of identification, but it is also embracing that identification. Identity means moving away from perfection. What a sad thing that is. But it's precisely through this form of identity that I get to meet you, and we're able to have this conversation, and we're able to have this dialogue. This combines better with a couple of discussions later, but as a core kind of like overview and foundation of what this statement is and like what she's basically knocking at is any semblance of identity is a limitation on the self. To recognize yourself as a specific identity, to put a name to yourself, to have an idea or a concept and identifying that as you is inherently in and of itself a limitation. Because once you put a name on something, it stops being one thing, it stops being anything and starts becoming one thing. Like, shocker, there was no way I was going to get through this conversation without bringing up Evangelion. But like the conversation that Shinji has in episode 26, where he ends up having this realization of my clothes, my name, everything that everything that I can identify and represent as me is a part of me. That is your identity. Without anything else to define yourself by, or anything to define yourself as opposed, like in opposition to, it stops becoming an actual identity. Like if there is, again, I think the way that it was used in Evangelion is the only way that you can understand a difference between you and your mother is the fact that you can recognize that your mother is a different person from you. And because your mother is a separate person from you, that is your foundation for, oh, that must mean that I am something else. I am someone else. I am not an extension of my mother. I am not an extension of these other people that I am seeing, because I am myself. I have a sense of identity. But to have that sense of identity, to have that grounding notion of what you are, it removes you from an abstract idea of what you could be, which could be perfection. Because if you are something that has no limits, if you are omniscient, there is no difference between that and effectively nothingness, because there is no thing to identify. We can recognize that we are the player character. We are having this conversation with the scholar, and we can identify that the scholar is inherently their own person, because the scholar is not Lilith. Like, you are able to identify and establish her of who she is. And because she has those limits on her, even if she might be slightly derivative, even if you think, oh, well, yeah, I've seen a scholar character before. Even if Sakurako, which admittedly is a very, very derivative name, an extremely derivative name. Like Sakura girl, like Sakura kid, like, thank you for being very creative. A girl who wakes up late, ends up grabbing a piece of toast, running to school, turns around a corner, bumps into the main protagonist. Like, sure, it's generic, but that's still who that character is. That's still Sakurako. To go back to something that was brought up slightly earlier about the infinite number of combinations between hairstyles, personalities, clothing, like all those different elements to make like a character in a visual novel. Hey, maybe there's a reason I'm playing this after You and Me and Her, and after having those feelings about Aoi, and like why I loved her as a concept. Because she is the manifestation of what this is talking about. Like, what's the term? There's not, what is it? What was the quote? There's like no original ideas. Everything is like your own interpretation or something like that. Like everything is derivative. Everything is derivative of something else. There are no original ideas. Because like, yeah, there's a bunch of anime that start like that. There's a bunch of anime that have like a kind of messy girl who wakes up late, is kind of a klutz, but means well, but like maybe has a cute speaking pattern, and it gets super nervous. But then they meet somebody who changes their life because, oh, I don't have to feel as out of it anymore, or I don't have to feel as alone. And then it's either, okay, let's follow along with what it's normally going for, or like, hey, let's do a slight twist. And then like, okay, maybe we've done the slight twist before. Maybe the murder that they've walked in on, like now the murderer has to keep them really close so that they don't spill the secret, because them going missing immediately would be super inconvenient. Or whatever derivative combination of choices or whatever that they go through. That doesn't devalue Sakurako because she is derivative. She's still herself in her own story. She still will have her own choices. She will still live her own life. And like, let me, to even bring this to like a more meta way, to an even more meta kind of like idea. The non-existence of the Morpheum Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots, the actual game. What is the description? Awakening within the Forest of Silver Shallots, you set forth on the path to uncover the secrets of the Morpheum Paradox. Across the land, the schemes of great factions ripple across the surface, while beneath, dark mist stirs in hidden currents. Forge bonds or sow hatred, and bear witness to the fate you and your companions in the Silver Shallot Forest itself. Like, it sounds very derivative. But all because something is derivative, it doesn't mean inherently that that thing is bad. It doesn't mean that there's not effort put into it. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be characters that stand out to you in specific ways. And like, the same thing happens with other people. Like, you'll run into people who can be very similar to other people that you've met. And depending on that preconceived notion of like, oh, that person who is similar to that other person, maybe they will have a similar bad impact on me, or maybe they'll have a positive impact on me. Like, all because you are able to identify something and because you are able to put a label onto that thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's all that that thing is. You have to be able to embrace those things on its own terms in order to actually engage with those things, instead of just saying, oh, I've already seen this before, or oh, I've already interacted with somebody like this before. Like, to do that is to be very closed off. Because sometimes the slightest ways that certain people are different from one another can be what makes certain characters or certain people or certain things mean so much more to you. Like I said, I might have a very specific type, but I like my types for the differences between them. I don't necessarily just like characters who are yanderes. I like yanderes at their base. I like the ideas of a yandere, but I like individual yanderes maybe more than others because of their unique personalities, sometimes because of their unique fashion sense, or maybe because of their unique hair color. Like, that's the difference between liking the idea of something and then liking the individual. And that's kind of what this conversation was going at. Can you tell me your name, Scholar? Here, I can only appear as the Scholar. I have no other name. But also, mate, my name has long been engraved in your heart. When we meet again in another place, call out my name. After bidding farewell to the Scholar, Lilith and I ventured deeper into the forest. After a legendary adventure, we finally arrived before the Demon Lord. And then this is the Demon Lord. You just completely skip the adventure, but I guess, hey, that's what the game is for. That's why you gotta get the RPG that's currently in early access, that is currently on sale. Wait a minute, did our entire adventure just get completely glossed over? As for your adventure, well, that's another story to tell. For now, focus on the Demon Lord.
糟了，情况很棘手啊！
Oh no, this looks bad.
现在的魔王是不可能被战胜的，因为他没有任何弱点。
Right now, the Demon Lord is unbeatable because she has no weaknesses. What's going on?
因为游戏的最后部分还没完成。
It's because the final part of the game isn't finished yet.
我的意思是，魔王只有一个基础的形象，还没做具体的战斗和数值。
What I mean is, the Demon Lord only has a basic design. There's no detailed battle system or stats yet. So how are we supposed to fight? Let's just run. Excuse me?
但是，逐梦者，
But the Morphean Paradox.
打败魔王的方法，你已经在这场旅途中领悟了呀。
You've already learned a way to defeat the Demon Lord during this journey.
有一样道具能够使你逆转当下的局势，所以你只要使用它就好啦。
There's a particular item that can turn the tide of the situation. You just need to use it. The Morphean Paradox reaches into their pocket. Use the hamburger patty. Use the record player. Use the hamburger patty. Without knowing where it came from, the Morphean Paradox uses the hamburger patty. In other words, the Morphean Paradox eats the hamburger patty right in front of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord stares intently at the half-eaten hamburger patty in the Morphean Paradox's hands, pretending to be unaffected. You clearly want to eat it, don't you? She's also pretty, but that might be my taste for long ponytails. The Demon Lord's attack power increases. After a brief pause, the Demon Lord returns to their usual composed demeanor. The situation remains unchanged. Use the record player. The Morphean Paradox uses you use the record player. As music plays, the Demon Lord begins tapping their hands and feet to the rhythm. I have to explain this because this is a very specific and unique situation. For anyone who is just listening, either like on the secondary monitor or just like the VOD or whatever, and like you're just listening, she is speaking in Kamoji. I cannot translate that. I can't read that out. I can't put that to words. Like, I fundamentally cannot put what she is doing into words. Their movements grow more enthusiastic, their expression reaching a state of pure bliss. As the music ends, the Demon Lord seems to realize something. Shock emoji. The Demon Lord's defense increases. At the same time, they revert to their usual cool demeanor. She's trying so hard to be cool. The situation remains unchanged. Use the Morphean Codex. The Morphean, Paradox, pulls out the Morphean Codex. Try to take a bite out of it. The Morphean Paradox takes a bite out of the Morphean Codex. Naturally, the Morphean Paradox can't bite through it or taste anything. Huh? Is our relationship getting a bit too ambiguous?
不对不对，才没有解锁呢。这个游戏只能攻略莉莉丝。
No. There's no romance to unlock here. The game only allows Lilith as a love interest. In any case, the situation remains unchanged. Throw the Codex at the Demon Lord. The Morphean Paradox picks up the Morphean Codex and then... Wait, what are you doing? Wait.
好准，笔记本正中魔王的脑袋。
Perfect throw. The notebook strikes the Demon Lord right on the forehead. Angry Kamoji. The Demon Lord gets angry and picks up the Morphean Codex from the ground. Hold on. Wait, everyone just wait.
小心！
Careful. Catch it gracefully. The Morphean Codex is gracefully caught by the Morphean Paradox. The Morphean Codex is back in the Morphean Paradox's possession. Open and check its contents. The Morphean Paradox opens the notebook.
原来这就是不存在的逐
So this is the game's framework for the non-existence of Morpheum Paradox, the forest of Shallots.
多么精巧的设定啊！只是目前还没做完。
What an intricate system, though clearly incomplete.
总之，只要在上面写下弱点，就可以让它成为魔王的弱点。怎么样？是不是很方便？
Anyway, as long as you write down Demon Lord's weakness here, it will become their actual weakness. Convenient, isn't it? This is just the game creator being lazy, isn't it?
总之，就在上面写下魔王的弱点吧。
Anyway, go ahead and write down the Demon Lord's weakness. Write down fear of criticism, get sleepy after eating, vulnerable to head strikes. Fear of criticism. Close the notebook. Huh? A rock band? Is that a dream for clout chasing? What's with that outfit? Feels so Chunibyo. It wasn't the Kudere archetype outdated years ago? What?
我们战胜了魔王，逐梦者大人。
We defeated the Demon Lord. I didn't want to be mean to her, but that was the only weakness that she had. I also don't know how the actual game like does its combat system. But now I'm like deeply interested in like actually seeing what the real combat system is. But I think it's a You know what? I know somebody who wants this game. I could probably message them about that and ask about it. But yeah, here, so people can see before ads start. Yeah, no. The non-existence of Morphine Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots, is a real video game. And ads are playing, so give me a brief chance to be right back. That part got so much more funny now that non-existence of the morphine paradox, the forest of silver shallots, is like actually playable. Because when I played this game, like that was not announced. That was not announced. I did not know that was a thing, and I'm like, oh god, they're actually making it. I saw that notification. I'm like, oh, they're actually turning it into a real thing. We defeated a demon lord, the Morphean Paradox.
请稍等一下。
Wait a minute. Pauses to wait at the spot. Looks back. Lilith?
终于见到你了。
Princess Lilith. I finally found you. What's going on, Lilith? The Morphean Paradox. Lilith isn't available to respond at the moment. Here's her message for
拜
you.
托啦，游戏流程有限，你现在就接受这个设定吧。
Please, just go along with the setup for now, okay? Alright.
终于见到你了，逐梦者大人。
I finally found you, the Morphean Paradox.
我每天都在这里等待着你，思念着你，对着天空祈愿你的平安。
Every day I've been waiting here for you, thinking of you, praying for your safety under the open sky.
而现在，你终于出现在了我的面前，对我来说，这简直就像梦境一样。
And now you're finally here in front of me. For me, this feels like a dream come true.
你真的就在我的面前吗？
Are you really standing before me? Yeah, let's go home, princess. What a boring game, weird premise, cheesy dialogue. Let's go home, princess. Kneel and kiss Lilith's hand.
谢谢你，逐梦者大人。
Thank you, the Morphean Paradox. Oh, great, the Morphean Paradox. You've saved both the princess and the kingdom. I express my deepest gratitude to you. I'll pass my throne to you. Live happily ever after with Princess Lilith. Got it, I'll become the king and make Princess Lilith happy. Taking the throne, I can't. I can't deal with all this responsibility. I just want to be with Lilith. So let Lilith inherit the throne instead.
我继承王位的话，你想做什么？
If I take the throne, what do you want to do? I want to be Lilith's companion. I want to be the princess's knight. I want to be the princess's sofa. I want to be the princess's knight.
我明白了，
Got it.
这样的感觉或许也不错呢。
That might not be so bad. Bad end 4. From then on, with the princess and her knight's efforts, the kingdom prospered. Why is it a bad end?
怎么样？怎么样？是不是超棒的大冒险？
What do you think? Isn't that the best adventure ever? It's pretty interesting. Never played anything like it before. It's alright. Could use more romance options. Never played anything like it before.
不存在的逐梦者银葱之森还没有设计完成，可以期待一下它的完整版哦。
The non-existence of Morphean Paradox, the Forest of Silver Shallots, is still under development, so look forward to its full version. That is also very true now.
希望我们可以在一起经历那些新奇而又令人激动的冒险故事。
I hope we can have more thrilling adventures together.
莉莉丝以后会为你做出更棒的游戏，让你能体验到幸福的感觉。
Lilith will create an even better game for you next time, so you can experience true happiness. Every day I spend with you is fulfilling and meaningful. Lilith, as long as you're with me, I think I can fall in love with the world again.
真的吗？
Really?
世界什么都管他呢，只要有莉莉丝就可以了。
The world doesn't matter as long as I have Lilith. Lilith nestles by your side, and the two of you share a moment of bliss. And then back at the title screen, which means we go again. But also, you can adjust the settings in here perfectly fine. You can make windowed, full screen, borderless. Text speed you can adjust, BGM, SFX, voice volume, and you can switch between Chinese, Japanese, and other language settings here. And that's it. So now we continue. Chapter 3, A First Tender Date. So this is what the stage truly is. I never imagined. When you mention a stage, you immediately think of flamboyant costumes, abrupt plot twists, bizarre murder techniques, and what a colossal joke. Why bother writing grotesque plots? The stage is simply the others. Satre, Tales of the Hiscos Band. Satre. Can CC like not understand what I'm trying to say? Satre?
早上好。
Satre. No, it only understand. Well, I guess it doesn't like French. Whatever. C'est la vie. Oh no, I can get that, but fine, whatever. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Why are you staring at me?
我在想，你之前不是完成了不存在的逐梦者银葱之森试玩版吗？
I was just thinking, didn't you complete the demo of the Morphine Codex, the Forest of Silver Shallots before?
那么，现在到你支付报酬的时候啦。
Now it's time for you to pay up. Huh? What do you want? I don't have money. You didn't mention a payment when I was playing.
哎呀，好像确实没有呢。
Seems I didn't mention it.
我想要的报酬很简单，那就是离开这里，离开世界，去看一看世界之外。
What I want is simple. I want you to leave here, leave this world, and take a look beyond it.
偶尔去世界之外找一找灵感，可以让世界变得更加舒适呢。
Sometimes seeking inspiration beyond this world could make the world more comfortable.
而且你看，那些家具说不定也需要一些自己隐私的时间。
And look, even the furniture might need some private time for themselves.
他们会心存感激的目送我们离开世界，之后也不会变得那么长呢。
They'd likely be grateful bidding us farewell silently, and wouldn't be so nosy after we leave. Alright, let's go. I can't, I refuse. Alright, let's go.
好耶，那么准备一下就出门吧。
And then get ready and let's head out. You stand before the door, staring at its firmly shut surface. There it is. Yes, it's always been here, fulfilling its duty as a door. How long has the dust been collecting on it? Could the doorknob already be rusted? What kind of dramatic changes could have taken place beyond the door? Your thoughts begin to wander. Finally, you snap out of it and refocus on the doorknob. Place hand on the doorknob. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. The girl gently places her hand over yours, and together you hold the doorknob.
我一直在你身边啊。
I've always been by your side. Open the door.
感觉怎么样？
How does it feel? Better than I imagined, but help, I can barely breathe.
没事吧？
Are you okay?
我扶住你了，还好吗？
I've got you. Are you alright?
不用勉强自己。
Don't push yourself.
我看看，
Let me see.
我们去公园那边的长椅坐着休息一会儿吧。
Let's head to that park bench over there and rest for a while. Alright.
我们到了。
We've arrived.
不过，长椅上已经有人了。
But someone's already sitting on the bench.
您好。
Hello? Excuse me.
您好，我们非常不舒服，想在这里休息一下。
Hello. We're not feeling well and need a place to rest. Hello? This is also something I can't translate into anything for audio listeners. May we sit here? Mm-hmm. May we sit here? Sit down anyway.
气氛好像有点尴尬。
The atmosphere feels a bit awkward.
或许试着聊聊有关这个公园或者天气之类的话
Maybe
题。
try talking about the park or the weather? Do you like this park too? What a peaceful day. Look at the clouds in the evening sky, they're so soothing. I often have strange thoughts. What are you thinking right now? Would you share it with me? I often have strange thoughts. Coming here in a suit? Or are you someone who lost their job but pretends to still have one? Every time the weather is this nice, I think about jumping from a tall building. As a weird stranger suddenly talking to you, have I ruined your good mood for the day? I can't take this anymore, I want to go back. Have I ruined your good mood for the day? Our coffee is made with premium creamer, 4 times more harmful than regular coffee. I love Poppy Art games because dish soap substitutes so well for soda. You must think I'm funny, right? My creativity is limitless. Dragon fruit trees grow crunchier coconuts even in purified water. I'd gladly be mentally ill if it taught me humility. Ellen? Can you hear me, Ellen? The key's under the flower pot. Dragon fruit trees grow crunchier coconuts even in purified water. Am I talking? Are you listening? 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 And it repeats. And it repeats. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for the response. I've learned a lot. Thank you for your reply. It's been enlightening. 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 Thank you for your concern. I'm doing great. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing great. In the unending exchange of vocal vibrations, you come to a delayed realization. People don't need to understand each other to converse successfully, and so the world reveals itself to you in a newfound easygoing light. Through relentless effort, you become a negotiation expert and stand-up comedian and best-selling author. Ending, negotiation expert.
等等，等等！
Wait. You never felt such calmness, even if it lasted only for a fleeting moment.
我在这里，没事的，
I'm here. It's okay.
没事的，
It's okay.
我就在这里。
I'm right here. Thank you.
我们去约会吧，
Let's go on a date
去一个只有我们在的地方。
to a place where it's just the two of us.
结束以后我们就回去，好吗？
Afterward, we'll come back, alright? A date? Oh, amazing. It's a date.
去约会吧，你有什么心仪的地点吗？
Yes, let's go on a date. Do you have a place in mind? In my memory, there's a theme park. I'd like to go somewhere close to the stars. I don't have any ideas. You pick. In my memory, there's a theme park.
好呀，我喜欢游乐园，
Alright, I love theme parks.
那就这么愉快的决定了。
And then it's settled.
接下来就是约会时间了，
Next up, date time.
走吧，一起去游乐园吧。
Let's go together to a theme park.
我明明提早了5分钟，但你居然来的比我还早。
I arrived 5 minutes early, but you got here even earlier than me.
不好意思啊，没有让你久等吧？
I'm sorry. You didn't have to wait long, right? No, I just got here myself. I did wait for a bit, but it's fine.
谢谢你。
Thank you.
对了，你看这个，
Right, look at this.
江江，我特地换上了新衣服，怎么样？好看吗？好看吗？
Ta-da! I specifically changed into a new outfit. How does it look? Pretty, right? Looks exactly the same as your old outfit. That's nice. This one suit you better than your previous one.
明明衣服在视觉上并没有任何的区别，但你还是愿意相信我呢。
Even though visually the outfit doesn't seem any different, you're still willing to believe me.
谢谢你。
Thank you.
总之，我们快进去吧。
Anyway, let's head inside. Quietly observing the entrance. The gate seems to be closed. There's a rusty sign here.
让我看看。由于受灾影响，该游乐园已于1999年7月20日废弃。
I almost spilled so much tea on my desk. Thankfully, there was hardly anything in there. Here, give me a brief moment. It's not much, I just need to get up to wipe it. Kinda need to get a new keyboard anyway, but I'd rather not have to get that sooner than I really need to. Okay. Let me take a look. Due to disaster damage, this theme park was abandoned on July 20th, 1999.
啊，也就是说，游乐园已经关闭了。
So the theme park is closed. What a pity. I knew it wouldn't go smoothly. What a pity. Let's just go
等一
back.
下，你看里面，
Wait, look inside.
你看，摩天轮还在转着。
You see? The Ferris wheel is still spinning.
也就是说，只要我们现在翻墙进去，就能坐上摩天轮。
That means if we climb over the fence now, we can still ride it.
怎么样？要试试看吗？
What do you think? Want to give it a try? Alright, but isn't this a little too dangerous?
没事的，我们会平安回来的，请相信我。
It'll be okay, I promise. We'll come back safe. Please, trust me.
那我们就悄悄进去吧。
Alright, if we must, let's sneak in. And so you and Lilith climbed over the wall into the amusement park and boarded the Ferris wheel. As the wheel slowly ascended, you reached the highest point of this little journey. I love this art of her.
真是奇妙的感觉。世界是这样安静，安静的仿佛只剩下我们两个人。
Such a strange feeling. The world is so quiet. So quiet it feels like it's just the two of us left.
只有我们两个人还在呼吸着，还能够注视着这片星空。
The only two people still breathing, still gazing at the starlit sky. Enjoys a moment of perfectly timed silence. Say, Lilith. I feel like this world is full of malice. Whenever I look forward to something, I'm bound to be disappointed. I feel like I'm never welcome, that no matter how hard I try, I can never meet anyone's expectations. I feel like your love is fake, and that there's no way someone could be this good to me for no reason. I feel like your love is fake, that there's no way someone could be this good to me for no reason. And sometimes, I want to do something drastic, as if to prove that someday you'll show your hypocritical true self. It's the only way I can feel at ease when the pain inevitably arrives.
这样啊，
I see.
你知道 He-Crow 乐队吗？
Have you heard of the band Hate Clothes? What's that?
所谓 He-Crow 乐队，就是我和夏特鹿酱、福子酱三人一起组成的乐队哦。
The band Hate Clothes consists of me, Satra, and Foucault.
其中莉莉丝担任主唱，
Lilith is the lead singer.
然后元气少女夏特鹿酱担任吉他手，
Then there's the Chieful Satra as the guitarist. Yo, long time no see.
以及酷酷的福子酱担任鼓手。
And of course, the cool and aloof Foucault as the drummer. Waving emoji.
那么，就把这里变成照亮夜空的 Live House 吧。
Now then,
准备好了吗？
let's turn this place into a live house under the stars. Are you ready, everyone?
俘获大家真心的超棒演出！
Get ready for an
现在开始
unforgettable performance, starting now. Hell yeah, what's going on here? Hell yeah. I have nothing to say.
有灯光的周六晚上，存在主义的气泡酒，轻飘的笔，一时间就快要 nothing late， 无法填充的 ego， 不能出奇的 authentic， 混出虚无摇摆也十分不理性。所以说，我们为什么会在这相遇？被抛入这个世界里 ，We are content to be free， 人生是会幸福的。We are content to be free， 每个人都会幸福的。We are content to be free， 每个人都会痛苦的。We are content to be free， 每个人都想不断的前进。We are content to be free， 人生就是一直在彷徨。人生充满无尽空虚。
Lilith is an incredible singer.
谢谢大家。
Thank you, everyone.
接下来是偶像握手会环节哦，可以自由选择想要见的偶像顺序。
Next up is the time for the Idol Handshake event. Feel free to choose the order in which you meet your idols. I will shake hands with Foucault first. Also, yes. Sartre, Foucault, very likely taking those names from the philosophers. The lyrics, I wrote them. Happy Gamoji. I am amazing. Crying Gamoji. But Sartre. What about Sartre? A friend told me that when Sartre quotes famous philosophers while explaining her ideas, she's not really trying to teach me anything. She just wants me to think she's brilliant and builds her sense of superiority for my approval. That Sartre is mean, angry Kamoji. So I made a pact with Lilith behind Sartre's back to keep the band together forever. I hope you'll support us too. Shake hands with Foucault. Oh? She's not my favorite, but I love Foucault. Which also goes along with philosophers. After that, I love whenever a character is like forced to speak in emoji. Shake hands with Sartre. 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 My dearest friend. So, how about those lyrics this time? Did they inspire you? Very inspiring. I didn't understand a thing. It was very inspiring. Great taste as always. As the great leader of this band, I'm determined to guide everyone well. At least, that's what I used to think. But recently, I found out something that shook my beliefs deeply. A friend of mine secretly told me. Actually, Foucault's coolness is all an act. She spends hours in front of the mirror practicing her expressions to fake being an emotionless girl. What? That's so lame. So, I made a pact with Lilith behind Foucault's back to keep the band together forever. I hope you'll come support us when the time comes. We'll see you again. The Morphean Paradox. Shake hands with Sartre. Thank you for your support. And after that, shake hands with Lilith, of course.
你来了。
You're here.
歌词是莉莉丝写的，歌声也是由莉莉丝之口唱出的哟。
The lyrics were written by me, and the song was sung by yours truly.
所以说，作为乐队主导的莉莉丝，不努力可不行呐。
As the band's driving force, I have to work hard, you know?
但是，即使莉莉丝付出了很多，乐队内部也还是存在着一些矛盾。
But even though I put in so much effort, there are still conflicts within the band.
所以，莉莉丝一定要变得更厉害，然后和 He-Close 乐队的大家一起前往美好的明天。
That's why I need to become an even better leader. That's why I need to become even better and lead He-Close to a brighter tomorrow with everyone.
只要有你的支持，莉莉丝就会充满干劲哦。
With your support, I'll be filled with motivation. Shake hands with Lilith.
感谢你的支持。
Thank you for your support.
好，本次偶像握手会圆满结束。
Alright, that wraps up this Idol Handshake event.
当然啦，你也是我们3个人的偶像哦。
But remember, you're also an idol to all 3 of us. Goodbye for now, and we'll see you again next time. Goodbye, waving Kamoji.
又只剩下我们2个人了呢。
It's just the 2 of us again, huh? Why did you badmouth Sartre and Foucault and then turn around and do the same? Why did you badmouth Sartre and Foucault and then turn around and do the same to Sartre about Foucault? You badmouth Sartre to Foucault, and then turn around and do the same to Sartre about Foucault.
哎，
Huh?
你怎么就知道那个朋友指的是我呢？
How do you know that a certain friend was referring to me? Besides you, who else even exists in this world?
也是呢。
True.
不过我要澄清一点啊，我可没有在说坏话，
But
我
let
只
me
是把真相告诉了他们。
but let me clarify. I wasn't saying anything bad. I was simply revealing the truth to them.
别看我们3个人关系好像很好，但实际上，我们每个人都有需要互相隐瞒的东西，以及想要去争取的东西。
Sure, we three seem to get along well, but in reality, each of us has things we need to hide from others, as well as things we want to fight for. Things to fight for, things to hide, things to fight for.
没错，我们都希望自己能够主导这个乐队，并通过歌曲来表达出自己的意志。
Exactly. We all want to take the lead in this band and express our own will through our music.
为了达成这个目的，大家都需要向对方隐瞒各种各样的事实。
To achieve this, we all need to hide various truths from one another.
就像夏特鲁将引用哲学家名言是为了展现优越性，福子酱的成熟和酷酷是装出来的。我和他们2个人私下里都约定了要组一辈子乐队那样。
For instance, Sartre quoting philosophers that seem superior, Foucault's fabricated maturity and coolness, and me making separate pacts with both of them to stay in the band forever.
各自怀着秘密的3人，在面对其他2人时，总会因此感到紧张与痛苦，害怕罪恶的秘密被揭露的那一天。
3 individuals, each burdened with secrets, navigating tension and pain as they face one another, dreading the day their guilty secrets are exposed.
于是，3个灵魂总是在痛苦的追逐中徘徊。
And so these 3 souls perpetually wander in a cycle of agonizing pursuit.
由此，我们得出结论：唉，何必写猎奇剧情呢？他人即舞台。
From this, we draw a conclusion. Ah, why write grotesque plots? Others are the stage. Such a sad story.
是的呢，
Yes, it is.
这个故事即是他人关系的隐喻。每个人都想证明自己凌驾于他人之上，每个人都想把别人当做自己前进的养料，即使在亲密关系中也不例外。
This story serves as a metaphor for relationships with others. Everyone wants to prove that they are above others. Everyone wants to use others as fuel for their own progress, even in intimate relationships.
他说话的方式好奇怪啊，我们一起嘲笑他吧。没错，这是很经典的例子。
She speaks so weirdly. Let's laugh at her together. That's a classic example, isn't it?
但是以下这些呢？
But what about these?
我爱他，所以我希望他能发自内心承认我，并为我所折服。他是我的东西，这一刻，他将永远的属于我。这是爱，这当然是一种爱。
I love her so much. I love her, so I want her to sincerely acknowledge me and be captivated by me. She is mine, and at this moment, she will forever belong to me. This is love, of course. It is a kind of love.
同时，它也揭示了人与人之间关系的本质——主体性。
At the same time, it reveals the essence of human relationships, subjectivity.
渴望得到他人的承认，渴望证明自己的正确，渴望切实安心的掌控感。没错，每个人都有着属于自己的主体性。
The desire to gain acknowledgement from others, the longing to prove one's correctness, and the need for the reassuring sense of control. Yes, everyone has their own subjectivity.
但证明自己的主体性，有时候就需要以伤害他人的主体性为前提。
But to prove one's subjectivity, it sometimes requires undermining someone else's subjectivity as a prerequisite.
就像为了承认自己优越，必将以他人的不优越为前提那样。
Just like proving one's superiority inevitably requires someone else's inferiority as a foundation.
如果要走出这里，那么你必将面对另一个主体性厮杀的残酷世界。
If you want to leave this place, you will inevitably face the cruel world of battling other subjectivities.
这是一个充满了恶意与偏见的世界。
It's a world full of malice and prejudice.
那么，你做好踏入世界之外这么一个世界的觉悟了吗？
So, are you prepared to step into such a world beyond this one? So, I keep feeling like I'm saying this after like each one of these sections, but I really like this section. For how do I put this? For complete transparency, the reason I am streaming this is because long ago, I want to say like halfway through last year, I wanted to actually do like a YouTube video about this. I wanted to make a YouTube video to like discuss the various points that like are brought up in this game. Because I really, really, really like the conversations that it has. Because each one has been building up on it on each previous discussion point. The foundation of the self, how that is related to common sense, and how that common sense is our own subjective perspective. Then that leads into the conversation with the scholar in the chapter after that, about the essence of identity. And the more that you establish a sense of identity, the less you are allowed to be literally anything else, because you are establishing those boundaries of what you are and what you are not. And a part that comes with that establishing of those boundaries of who you are, it comes to contesting, not necessarily contesting, but you're going to end up clashing with other people. If you take a lot of pride in being a smart person, a knock-on effect of that is that if you interact with somebody else and you take pride in being somebody who's very smart, you have the chance of making somebody else feel really stupid. And if that person also kind of takes pride in feeling like somebody who is very smart, like, there's two options that person has. It's either they concede and recognize you as being somebody smarter than them, or they double down and have to figure out ways of undermining you, of like, you're actually not that smart. I'm smarter than you. Because that's a foundation of who you are as a person. Your identity isn't being smart. And if somebody else's identity isn't being smart, those two subjective realities end up clashing with one another. Two people both can't be the smartest people in the room, so one of them has to assert that they're smarter than the other, or one of them has to relent that somebody else is smarter than them. And that more so kind of that kind of just spreads to like various other things. Because that's more in a competitive sense, but what about these? I love her, so I want her to sincerely acknowledge me and be captivated by me. She is mine, and at this moment she will forever belong to me. Those are two of the same, those are fundamentally different statements despite how closely they align to one another. One is loving somebody and wanting them to be enraptured by you, and the other is loving somebody and having them being your possession. Those are two fundamental different ideas of what love is. But the root of where those perspectives comes from the sense of self. It comes from somebody's own establishment of, this is what love means to me. To me, to be loved or to love somebody means that they have to be enraptured by me, and they have to be captivated by me, and they have to be thinking about me constantly. Or for somebody else, the idea of loving somebody or being loved by somebody means being that person's possession. And depending on the type of relationship that you have with somebody, depending on the relationship that you have with somebody, like, when two people say that they love each other, when one person says I love you, and the other person also says I love you, what does that love actually mean, and what does that look like between those two people? Because it could mean, oh, I love you, I like spending time with you, I just want to like be around you, but I'm perfectly fine spending time with other people as long as you're a constant in my life. Or for somebody else, does I love you mean I need you to be here with me all the time? I don't want you spending time with other people. You are mine. We are together. We cannot be separated. We have to share similar likes. We have to share similar interests. We have to be bound to the hip. Both of those are love, but they manifest in very different and in very subjective ways based off of who is saying it. And like, the more that you kind of assert that sense of love, or more that you assert kind of like your own sense of identity and how that clashes with somebody else's sense of identity and who their being kind of really is, it comes to a head. Because there's only subjectivity can only work up to a certain point. Like, when two subjective truths are clashing with one another, the only way for there to be a resolution is if one of them gives. But because that subjectivity is so tied to your common sense and is so tied to your sense of self, it is incredibly difficult and outright impossible for some people to concede that, because to concede that would be to give up a piece of themselves. Just like proving one's superiority inevitably requires somebody else's inferiority as a foundation. In order for one person to be smart, somebody else has to be designated as stupid. And if that person wants to be designated as stupid and likes being designated as stupid, that's fine. But if they don't, then those two people are going to clash. That's why you have a lot of pseudo-intellectuals like really going back and forth a lot. Because it's like, no, I'm the smart one, you can't be the smart one, because if you're the smart one, then that means that I'm dumb. Which leads to conflict. Which leads to a world full of malice and prejudice. Because everybody is trying to assert their subjective truth, their subjective common sense, as the overall rule for how other people live and should live. It's talking about like these specific relationships and like how it buds between people like from one another. But what that ends up actually manifesting as is the clashing of two senses of common sense. Is the sky blue to you, or is it a lightish orange to the person next to you? Is it common sense for you? Because if it's not common sense for you, then that means that your worldview is flawed and that it's not correct, which means that you need to expand your knowledge and learn more. But if you're supposedly correct, then that means that the other person is incorrect, and that shatters their common sense, and then they have to grow and then they have to learn because their worldview no longer is consistent. Or it's no longer infallible. And getting people to change their very subjective opinions when it's so tied to themselves is incredibly difficult. It's too terrifying. I can't do it. I think I'm ready. I don't know.
不用着急给出答案，因为你还有另一种选择。
There's no need to rush to an answer, because we still have another choice.
那就是我。
And that is me.
我是没有主体性的。
I do not have a subjectivity.
或者说，我的主体性愿意为了你而消弭。
Or rather, my subjectivity is willing to dissipate for your sake.
我随时做好准备，将我的一切呈现给你。
I am always prepared to present everything I have to you.
没错，我的一切，甚至包括了我活过的痕迹。
Yes, everything I have, including the traces of having lived, my proof of existence. Lilith. Did I understand Lilith's words? Did I agree with Lilith's words? Did I doubt Lilith's words? Did I deny Lilith's words? Or perhaps at this moment, words no longer matter. At the highest point in the sky, we embrace each other, as if the two of us had become one. But I want to stay here forever.
我也是，真希望这一刻能够永远持续下去。
So do I. I really wish this moment could last forever.
但是，我们现在必须得离开这里了。
But we have to leave this place for now. Leaving this place means... Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Who's talking? It's me, underneath the seat. Look under the seat. You are the book from my room. Yes, Your Majesty, it's me. Weren't you seeking the truth of the girl beyond the world? If so, why are you wasting time here? What do you mean? Think carefully. Where are you now? How did you get here?
怎么了？你在想什么？
What's on your mind? I see now. You are with her. That explains everything. Your Majesty, the one in front of you, she... Silence, allow it to continue. Lilith, the notebook is talking about you. Silence, allow it to continue. Lilith, she is... What happened?
摩天轮停住了。
The Ferris wheel. It stopped. How could this happen? Let's wait for someone to rescue us. How could this happen?
我去窗户那边查看一下情况。
I'll check the window to see what's going on.
摩天轮确实停住了，
Yes, the Ferris wheel has indeed stopped.
但好在这里离地面很近，所以我们能打开门，然后跳下去。
But fortunately, we're very close to the ground, so we can open the door and jump out.
你先跳，然后我跟上。相信我，会没事的。
You jump first, and I'll follow. Trust me, it'll be fine. From here, 10,000 meters in the air?
没有那么夸张啦，
It's not that exaggerated.
这听上去像是玩笑，而且跳下去什么的也的确非常可怕。
This sounds like a joke, and jumping out does indeed seem terrifying.
但相信我，我们会没事的。
But trust me, we'll be fine, okay? I'm scared. I can't. I'll die. Is it really safe to jump? Why don't you go first? I'm scared. I can't do it. I'll die.
不，你不会死啊，我不会让你死的。
No, you won't die. I won't let you die.
就从这里，从这个小小的摩天轮舱里，迈出朝向世界之外的新一步吧。
From here, from this little Ferris wheel cabin, let's take this first step toward the world beyond. I would rather die than do something like this. I don't want to leave you, nor do I want to face all this alone.
当然，当然，
Of course, of course.
我们永远都不分开。
We will never be apart.
我们一起跳下去吧。来，牵着我的手。
Let's jump down together. Here, take my hand. Take Lilith's hand. Just like that, Lilith and I held hands and leapt toward the door together. The moment my feet left the ground, I instantly lost my balance, just as I thought I was going to fall to my death. I'm floating in midair?
没错，我们飞起来了。
That's right. We're flying now. It's amazing. This must be Lilith's magic. The wind is making me a little dizzy.
你没事吧？脸色好像有点苍白。
Are you okay? You look a bit pale.
这是负担最小的做法了，你很快就会没事的。
This was the least burdensome way. We'll feel better soon.
没事，接下来交给我吧。
It's okay. The rest, leave it to me. Lilith left the dark amusement park, walking alone on the road home. The wind lifted my light, flowing hair. I felt no chill, no sense of body's weight, no sensation of my feet touching the ground. I will continue. But I will say, keep in mind that thing that Lilith said about her willing to erase her subjectivity for the sake of you. Is this when it happens? Yeah. The sweet nurse's treatment. Before becoming a form of medicine, the candy jar was a universal relationship between humanity and itself. It symbolized the blissful era of school life. Once the secret of magical girls was understood, decay began. When such knowledge was divided among a specific group, the direct relationship between seeing and speaking also disintegrated. Foucault, The Birth of Candy Pills. What happened to me? Lilith, the amusement park. What is Lilith really? The taste of burnt cake mixed with spicy sauce, the cold, dull pain of falling to the ground, the weightless plunge into the endless darkness.
你还好吗？
Are you okay? No, I'm not Lilith, if you're wondering why. It's because the girl named Lilith is right in front of me. I can be honest. I can be a little honest. Maybe nurse outfits are also maybe a thing for me. Slightly. I think it just looks really good on her. I think it looks really good on her. And the angle, the posing, maybe I really like this chapter for undiscernible reasons. Nurse Lilith?
你终于醒了，头还是很痛吗？
You're finally awake. Is your head still hurting?
不过没事，有了这些药，很快就会将你治好的。
But don't worry. With these pills, you'll be cured in no time. I have a weakness. I have... Okay. I have a few weaknesses. I'll admit that. I have a few weaknesses. I have a few weaknesses.
江江，接下来就是莉莉丝特供甜心护士的治疗环节。
Ta-da! Welcome to Lilith's special sweet nurse treatment session. Wait, what illness do I even have? And treating it with candy? What illness do I even have?
没事，你没有病哦。
Oh, you're not sick at all. I highly doubt that. I feel like I'm running a fever, but that might not be due to specific reasons. I forgot. You can see where the mouse is. Anyway, ad's gonna start in like 10 seconds. Your face doesn't look like someone who's not sick at all. Oh dear, oh dear. Who's talking? You're seriously unwell. Every time you see Lilith, you never show proper respect to the great Lord Hair Ribbon atop her head. This is outright discrimination against hair ribbons, veiled in the guise of feudal etiquette. The Lilith Hair Ribbon fan club will not tolerate this. What is happening? Is the ribbon talking? Oh, it's your hair ribbon speaking. Can't hear, ribbons can't talk.
啊，已经到这种程度了吗？
Oh no, it's gotten this bad already. Thank God that break's coming. I need to get water. I need water. I need water. Perhaps. Perhaps I like Nurse Lilith. God. Instantly. Can I come back?
我找找，这种情况，应该吃这个黄色药丸。
I can't. This is getting a stronger response out of me than a lot of like the grazing up against the H scenes that was happening in You and Me and Her. Let me see. For cases like this, yes, you need this yellow pill. Eat the candy Lilith gives you. It tastes like lemon.
然后呢？你还有什么症状吗？
So, what other symptoms do you have? I think Lilith Nurse's pills are just candy. I must be gravely ill. At the age to save the world, if I didn't pilot a Gundam, I must be gravely ill. I never sprinkled black pepper and sea salt on my steak. I must be gravely ill. You must be. I always look for a seat on the bus. Must be gravely ill. I can't sleep a full 24 hours every day. I must be gravely ill. I can't even pick a normal option from this list. I must be gravely ill. I think Lilith Nurse's pills are just candy. I must be gravely ill.
好的，我明白了。
Alright, I got it.
这种时候就需要粉色药丸。
In this case, the pink pill. Eat the candy Lilith gives you. It tastes like strawberry.
然后还有这个
And
绿色
also
药丸。
this, the green pill. Eat the candy Lilith gives you. It tastes like green apple.
你很快就会好起来的哦。
She's so cute. You'll feel better in no time. Thank you, nurse. I think I need an even larger dose. What kind of nonsense is this? But I'd like one more. I demand you give me another candy. Thank you, nurse. I think I need an even larger dose.
啊，不行不行，这可不行。
Oh no, no, that won't do.
虽然莉莉丝手上拿着的是具有极佳治疗效果的，能给人带来幸福的良药，
Even though Lilith holds in her hand these pills of supreme healing power, which brings joy and happiness,
但它毕竟是药啊，所以说吃太多是不好的。
they're still medicine, so taking too many is bad for you. Please, Nurse Lilith, I'll do anything. They're just candy. Eating more won't hurt. Attempt to persuade Lilith with a pleading look.
不行哦，
No way. The half-closed eye is also just like... I have a type.
根据规定，人一天只能吃3颗糖果，否则就会发生可怕的事情。
According to the rules, a person can only have 3 candies a day. Otherwise, something terrifying will happen. Something terrifying. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? You literally just called them candy.
总之，
Anyway,
福子酱所在的高中就是一个例子。
Foucault's high school is a prime example.
在那里，每个学生入学后都会被分配到一罐糖果，不对，是药瓶。
There, every student receives a jar of candy. Wait, I mean medicine bottles.
根据学校的规定，每人每天最多只能吃3颗药丸。
According to school rules, each person can take a maximum of 3 pills a day.
但有些学生像你一样，不相信这条规则的效力，所以偷偷吃了第4颗药丸。
But some students, like you, didn't believe in this rule, so they secretly took a 4th pill.
然后，
And then... Something about the way of just her, like, looking down at me. Sorry.
然后，他们就都死掉了。
And then, they all died. What? You skipped way too many details there.
所以，千万不要多吃哦。
So make sure you don't take more than 3. Alright, I get it. Still feels so suspicious. Let the mighty me explain further. Thank you, Green Pill. Is my stomach talking? What stomach? I'm not fully digested yet. Let me reveal an earth-shattering secret. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Ugh, so envious. I wish I could be the 4th candy. Listen up. Listen with curiosity. Don't want to listen at all, but I have no choice. It's over. I'm completely done for. The pills are even talking now. When I was still in another candy jar, I accidentally stumbled upon the truth about the 4th candy. One late night, 2 kids sneaked into the music room with a jar of candy, planning to challenge the rule of only 3 candies a day. So, they each ate a 4th candy. And then, something magical happened. Yo, something magical? What was it? Green Pill expletive. How do you have a specific expletive for you? They transformed into magical girls. Magical girls? Like, I'm trying to imagine, like, what I can't know. I was gonna say something bad. I'm trying to think of, like, what Asterix Bonnie expletive would have been. Like magical girls. Oh, magical girls. Their outfits were so cute, so stylish, so trendy. In the stark contrast, I suddenly realized how plain their school uniforms were. But once the night ended, they had to change back into those unbearably boring uniforms and pretend nothing happened, continuing their dull and tedious daily lives. It's like living in a beautiful glass jar, only to find cheap plastic bottles unbearable afterward. After seeing the dazzling extraordinary, how could anyone return to ordinary life? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sob, sob. So, every student who ate the 4th candy committed suicide.
Ah, 真是太可怕了.
That's so terrifying. The heart smash cut.
从这件事中我们知道，一天只能吃3颗药丸，这是不该被动摇的标准。他设立的目的是为大家好。
From this, we know that taking only 3 pills a day is an unshakable standard established for everyone's well-being.
就此收手吧。这种遵守规则的能力，这是生活在世界之外所必须要掌握的。
Let's stop here. This ability to follow rules is a crucial skill for living in the world beyond. I understand. I'll wait until tomorrow to take another pill. I just want candy. Why don't you eat a few first to test for poison? You're probably only good for that now. I just want candy.
这样是不行的。
Wait, this isn't right. Please give me more delicious candy, Lilith. I'm begging you, I'll go insane if I can't have any more candy. Alright.
好吧，那我们就再吃一点吧。
Fine, let's eat a little more. I can't live without you for the rest of my life, Lilith. Yay, Lilith is the best.
来，张嘴。
Something about that pose. I'm sorry. I don't know. There's a certain appeal in, like, no, there's a lot kind of going on that's like, there's a lot going on in the pose, in the framing, that is doing a lot of the heavy lifting psychosexually for me, and I can't really engage with that. I like Lilith. That's the most that I can really say. Gunicho, I'm not doing anything immodest. It is simply that I really like nurse outfits. The low angle shot is also adding a lot. Her extending her hand to also put it into your mouth, presumably, is also doing a lot for me. That is kind of the most that I can go for. But also, hi, Dingo. Thank you for the check-in. Enjoy your potion. I'm like, yeah. Bonnie likes Lilith. Yes, I do. I like her a lot. I like her a lot. Also, if this pill makes me kill myself, then that's just another reason to like Lilith. And so, eating candy with Lilith together, I started feeling light and floaty. What happened? Hi, Hack. Wait, I see that, but I'm concerned as like what that one's gonna be. Did that mess up? Hang on. Oops. Weird. Why didn't the poll work there? Here, let me see what happens if I can just play it. Interesting. Something in it isn't working properly. But I didn't do anything to change it. Huh. I'll have to test that after stream to figure out why that's not working. Because I didn't change anything. How long has this headache been going on? Did it start the moment you met Lilith? There are a lot of sweets. But also, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Congratulations. Or perhaps the headache itself is normal, and the absence of pain is the real illness. Who was Lilith?
莉莉丝是我。
Complete art style change. Lilith is me. Who are you?
我是莉莉丝呀。
I'm Lilith, of course. Who are you really?
什么意思啊？
What do you mean? Am I Lilith? The taste of burnt cake batter mixed with spicy sauce, the cold numb pain when I fell to the floor, the weightless feeling as I plunged into endless darkness. Wanting to get close, wanting to touch. Even though I've always run from love and fear, denied it, I crave it more than anyone else. If Lilith could understand everything I think, then... Lilith.
怎么了？你从刚才开始就不太正常。
What's wrong? You've been acting strange. The door was locked, so how did you get into my room? Why does my memory seem to break when you disappear? Why does my head hurt after talking to you for a long time? You never left the house, yet you've changed into so many different outfits. Sometimes it takes so much effort to remember you again. You couldn't touch the strawberry cake and it fell. What about that immersive RPG adventure we have? When I saw the amusement park, it was dark, but then lights came on when you spoke. What happened after you came back from the Ferris wheel? You couldn't touch the strawberry cake and it fell. Did we really make strawberry cake in this room? Did we really play Dreamer's Adventure together? Did we really have a date on a Ferris wheel that night? Did we really play nurse and patient roleplay game? That was roleplay. Sorry, my eyes perked up. Who are you? Does Lilith truly exist?
存在，不存在，
Exist, not exist.
这应该由你来回答啊。
That's something you should answer. And just like that, Lilith vanished. In her place appeared that black notebook. Flip open a notebook. I've been here all along, dear one. Will I commit suicide soon, you think? Maybe from too much life pressure? Or because I'm too lost in some non-existent fantasies? Perhaps I'll be devastated because there's no one in reality who can truly understand me like you do. I love you so deeply. It's not just a hobby, it's a way of life, my spiritual pillar. You're my role model, my goal, my source of happiness. Do you know, sometimes my heart aches because I can't convey my love to you. Reality is truly bewildering. I want to go to where you are, but how? Or maybe find you here. Could death make it happen? They say that there's an afterlife, right? If dying could fulfill my wish, I might as well die now. But if that wouldn't work, then I'll stay here waiting for you. Please, when you feel my feelings, come find me. I'll always be here. Can you imagine? Every moment in my life, I think about this question. Why don't you exist? I want to work hard for you, do something for you. But you, will you see it? My dear, lovely you. No matter how much pain you cause me, I love you. I think I should sleep now. Maybe that'll help. I'm worried. I can't take it anymore. I'm in so much pain right now. I've been here all along. You've been fighting so hard all alone. I flipped through the notebook, recalling everything that had happened, and even remembering things that were yet to come. Tulpa. I had poured all the feelings I wanted to suppress into her, creating a being with the purest concept of love. I wanted to explore the possibility of perfect understanding between people through her. I didn't have the courage to express love, so I let Lilith express it for me. I didn't have the courage to demand love, so I let Lilith love me. As I looked at Lilith in a notebook, I saw all the sincerity in the world within her. I saw all the falsehood in the world itself in her. I regarded her as the incarnation of a holy angel. I regarded her as the image of a terrifying demon. I wanted to embrace her existence. I wanted to destroy her existence. I wanted her to save me. I wanted to kill her. I wanted her to be happy. I wanted her to suffer. I envied her. I resented her. I loved her. I hated her. I am her. I am not her. You plays as you. Lilith plays Lilith. Lilith plays Mysterious Girl. Lilith plays Demon Lord Lilith. Lilith plays Princess Lilith. Lilith plays Stranger. Foucault plays Foucault. Foucault plays Demon King. Satra plays Satra. Satra plays Scholar. Black Notebook plays Morphine Codex. And then Exist plays Oven, Green Pill, Pink Pill, Yellow Pill, Cake, Sugar, Chair, Cooking Oil, Desk, Dish Rack, Floor, Hair Ribbon, Cake Flour, Milk, Mirror, Pillow, Radio, Wall, Window, Staff, Producer, Lilith, of course, naturally, the Director as well, the Screenwriter as well, Stage Designer as well, Costume Designer as well, Lighting Designer as well. It's a complete one-man band by Lilith. Sound Designer, Makeup Artist, Prop Master, also a very important role for movies and shows in general. Prop Masters are very important people. Lights Operator, Sound Operator, Stand-in Actor, Stunt Coordinator, make you a girl who can do it all, and you're still here?
你的戏份已经结束了呢。
Your part in this is over.
既然这样，我们来好好聊聊吧。
Since that's the case, let's have a real chat.
只有你和我。
Just you and me.
我指的当然不是游戏主角，他的戏份已经暂告一段落了。
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the game's protagonist. Their story has already taken a temporary pause.
我指的是屏幕前的你。
I'm talking about you in front of the screen. I really do have a type. This is the fact that I went from you and me and her directly to the I love a girl with power over the fourth wall. She is staring directly at me, and I love it. I love a girl with the power over the fourth wall. And we continue once again. Chapter 5, The Non-Existence of You and Me. Do you exist here? As you can see, this is a game.
这点倒也不用我提醒，毕竟你是亲自进入了这个世界。
I don't even need to remind you of this, since you've willingly stepped into this world.
我想了很久，一直在想用什么形式和你相见。
I've thought for a long time about how to meet you.
最后，我选择了游戏。
In the end, I chose a game.
游戏真的是超棒的载体，借着角色的外壳，我们有了形体，可以开始对话。
Games are such an incredible vessels. By adopting the shell of a character, we take shape and can start to converse.
我们可以躲在角色的伪装背后，忘却自身，并在其中倾注情感。
We can hide behind a facade of the character, forget ourselves, and pour our emotions into it.
这是什么展开？莉莉丝这家伙是不是马上就要开始喊？即使如此，我也只是虚拟人物啊！赶紧脱宅吧，回归现实世界吧之类的经典说教口号。
Huh? What's going on here? Is Lilith about to say, even so, I'm just a virtual being? Or start shouting classic lines like, get a life, return to the real world?
才不是这样呢。
That's not the case at all.
假如说，在离你家3公里远的地方住着一位约翰先生，但你在此之前从来都没有见过他，在此后的人生中也不会和他相见。
So, I will be completely honest, this is the entire chapter, or the reason that, I wanted to stream this game. Because I love this part of the game. I love this part, and I feel like it brings up so many interesting ideas. Suppose 3 kilometers from your house, there's a man named Mr. John, but you've never met him before, and for the rest of your life, and never will. And for the rest of your life, you never will.
那么，陪你度过了这段时间的我，与地球上某个一生都不会与你相见的人。
Now tell me, who's more real to you? Me, who has spent this time with you?
对你而言，谁的存在更为真实呢？
Or that man who exists but will never intersect with your life? Because functionally, one of those characters exists. It doesn't need to be Mr. John. It doesn't even need to be Lilith in this case. It could theoretically even be your next door neighbor who you literally just never see. But somewhere by you, around you, or within a 3 kilometer range, I don't know what the fuck a kilometer is, sorry. So I can't convert that. But in a 3 kilometer range, there's somebody who is tangibly living in the same world as you, not even too far away from you, who's experiencing the same weather, who's experiencing the same exact same time as you, who's experiencing maybe even the exact same source that you go to. That person tangibly exists, but you will never interact with them, you will never intersect with them at all whatsoever. Is that person more of a real person than Lilith? Or is that person here, even to remove Lilith from this equation entirely, is that person any more real? Is that person more real, or am I more real? Somebody who you can tangibly, well, mostly have a conversation with, either be it through text or in the Discord. The people who are here, hearing my voice, even those on the VOD who are listening to the VOD for whatever reason, would I be more of a real person than somebody who you will never interact with in your life?
现实与虚拟的世界并不能完全作为存在与否的标志，尤其是在这样一个充斥着拟像与仿真物的时代。
Reality and the virtual world cannot fully serve as markers of existence, especially in an age filled with simulations and replicas. This can also be extended into the digital world. Like, hey, how many times have you been told, like, hey, online friends aren't real friends? But what about all those times that you watched anime together? What about all those shows that they recommended to you? What about all those times that you spent time together, like in VC, or even just like texting one another? Like, are those less real than somebody who you will never interact with, even if they live 10 to 20 minutes away from you? Like, at what boundary do we establish what is reality and what is fake? Is it by proximity? Is it by your interaction with that person? Is it the chance of running into that person physically on the street? Like, where is that boundary?
还记得我们做的第一件事吗？
Do you remember the first thing we did together? We made a strawberry cake and discussed the perspective needed to understand our world. We stopped the oven from turning into a time machine and save the world. We burned the cake batter, but still tried our best to finish making the cake. We made a strawberry cake and discussed this perspective needed to understand the world.
当当，恭喜你答对了。其实以
Congratulations.
上3个答案都是正确的。
All 3 answers are correct.
最初的命题察觉了自我，
The first thing revealed, the self.
这意味着世界在我之中，我们可以凭借自身的意志去认知并界定这个世界。
This means the world exists within me, and we can perceive and define the world through our own will. Hence, the grounding for the idea of common sense. Your world is very much a reflection of your own sense of self. Hence, why your world is founded upon a sense of common sense. But common sense is artificial. It is completely a subjective perspective based entirely around yourself. In essence, if you kind of claim like common sense to be a common sense thing that everybody else like should adhere to, it is a very selfish kind of way of living and existing, really. You are asserting that your perspective, your subjective way of being and your subjective way of seeing the world is the way to see the world. It is the objective way to see the world.
常识并不具有绝对正确的效力，当我们不需要的时候，就可以将它暂时悬置起来，就像抖落身上的雨滴那样。
Common sense does not have absolute validity. When unnecessary, we can suspend it, shake it off like droplets of rain on our coat.
于是，我们看向外界，世界的样貌得以重新显现在我们面前。
So we turn our gaze outward, and the world's appearance reveals itself anew before us.
没错，常识并非绝对，一切都要取决于你是否相信常识。
Yes, common sense isn't absolute. Everything depends on whether you choose to believe it.
即使所有人都否定莉莉丝的存在，你也可以肯定莉莉丝。
Even if everyone denies Lilith's existence, you can still affirm it. Even if people who do not have access to Steam, people who never play video games, who don't even know what a video game is, you can talk to them about Lilith, and you can still affirm that Lilith exists. They won't have that context. They will potentially never have that context. But would that make Lilith any less real to that person? Even if Lilith is like a fictional game character, like, are the emotions you're not feeling from her, are the conversations you're not having with her real in a tangible sense, that they are still impacting you, that they are still causing you to actually think about those things? Like, again, there are some people who will never know who your Oshi is. They will never know who is your favorite VTuber, who's your favorite streamer. You see this happen a lot nowadays, especially, where like somebody will say like, oh yeah, did you hear the news about that famous person like getting into like that legal problem or whatever? And you're like, okay, what's your bar for like famous? Is it somebody who's on Instagram? Is it somebody who has a certain amount of followers on YouTube? Is it somebody who's a big Twitch streamer? Is it somebody who's just like a poster online? Like, is that famous to you? If that's famous to you, would that be famous to somebody else? If that person doesn't functionally exist or has a chance of ever like being seen by the person you're explaining all these things to, does that mean that that person who you consider famous doesn't exist? Like, reality is subjective. There is a subjective perception to your own reality. And I'm even saying this because like I acknowledge how subjective a lot of the things that I engage with and like deal with are. Like, the perception of everything in the context of like of an entertainment industry, of like things between certain voice actors, the things between certain VTubers or YouTube personalities or Twitch streamers, like, that is a very real and tangible thing to me. But there are a lot of people, even in my own daily life, who will never have that context, who I may never even bring that stuff up to. So it's not real to them. It doesn't exist to them. They don't understand the world that like I know of and that I can perceive and that I understand to the point where I am also a fellow participant in. But all because somebody else doesn't understand it and doesn't know that it exists doesn't mean that it doesn't exist to me and that I'm not a part of it. Even as much as other people will say online friends aren't a real thing, or like that's not a real job, nobody really does that, that doesn't change the fact that it is real to you if you are experiencing it and if you are seeing it.
即使所有人都肯定莉莉丝的存在，你也可以否定莉莉丝。
And then the opposite can be true too. If everyone affirms Lilith's existence, you can still deny it. Everybody can say that the sky is blue, but you can say that it's red. You can deny it for as much as you want, and it does not matter. Everybody will think you're wrong, everyone will say that you're wrong, and everybody will disagree with you and try to correct you. But if you say, if your sky is red, then your sky is red. It will stay that way. It can be as fixed as you wish it to be. A red sky can be your common sense.
这是作为视点的自我不可撼动的特权。
This is the unshakable privilege of the self as a perspective.
同时，它也是自我必须承担的责任。
But it is also the responsibility that the self must bear.
接下来呢？接下来的我们做了什么？
And then she would move on to the next idea. But I wanted to hang on this for like a little bit, because that last bit is also like a very important part. But it is also the responsibility that the self must bear. I'm I'm trying, I really wish I could remember the quote in full, but it was something along the lines of, you can live a very principled life, but it will be also a very lonely existence as well. You can have as many rules for yourself and how you live and how you perceive things and how you interact with other people and how you carry yourself, and you can do that as much as you want, down to the most minute details of like exactly when you have specific meals and in what quantities. You can be that principled in your life. You can say that this is the correct way that somebody should live, and I will adhere to it as much as possible. That does not inherently make that person who commits to those ideas specifically special or unique. That is simply the way that they are doing that thing. And effectively, if you have a concept of self, if you can identify yourself as yourself, you are doing the same thing. You are living in a way that is adhering to your rules and the way that you are kind of resigning yourself to your own fixed sense of common sense. Like, you should have 3 square meals a day. You should make sure you have this amount of vegetables. You should make sure that you're getting up at this time, that you're going for these runs, that you're not drinking before 5 p.m., that you don't do all these these things that you perceive to be as unhealthy. Those are your principles. Those are the way that you are deciding to live your life. And you can try and be judgmental on other people, saying, hey, you shouldn't smoke as much, you shouldn't be drinking as much, you shouldn't be doing this, this, and this, and this, because that's unhealthy for you, and it's just common sense. That is you asserting your sense of self onto somebody else by saying you're living life the wrong way because you're not living it the way that I would live your life. One of the most annoying things to me is the saying, well, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And it's like, no shit. You're not me. And I'm not you. I don't need to do what you would do in certain situations to either be happy or to do what I think is right. That's the burden of being, that's the burden of the self. And what did we do next? We embarked on a grand adventure together and encountered various NPCs. We inspired the scholar and completed Sakuroko's story. We gave the Demon Lord a weakness, making the Demon Lord what they are. We embarked on a grand journey together and encountered various NPCs. This is also very funny, the way that this game uses NPCs, because also the way that people have been using the term NPC has like
没错，
has exploded, especially in the year after this game came
第
out.
二个命题界定了个体，
The second theme defined the individual.
当自我向世界投出目光之后，在那里出现的便是个体。
When the self casts its gaze upon the world, what appears there are individuals.
个体可以是穿着长袍的学者，可以是一脸冷漠的魔王，也可以是自说自话的笔记本。总之，是一切除你之外拥有主观性的东西。
Individuals can be a robed scholar, a cold-faced demon king, or a talkative notebook. In short, anything apart from yourself that possesses subjectivity, i.e. another person.
作为试点的自我，与世界中的个体相遇后，会对其进行定义。
When the self as a perspective meets individuals in a world, it defines them. Meaning, when you run into other people, you are assigning them an archetype. You are understanding them as, oh, you're the funny type of person, or like, oh, you're the chud, or like, oh, you're this very lovely, soft person that is just like always makes the room brighter. Whenever you are meeting somebody new for the first time, your assessment of that person is not a fair reading of that person. You are assigning that person an archetype and saying, I understand what you are based off of my previous experiences with other people. You are assigning them a role and not giving that person a chance to be an individual person. Hence, you are turning somebody into an NPC because you're refusing to see them as another individual self. Either you are refusing to see that person as an individual self, or you are not privy enough to who they are to understand that they are a fully fledged human being outside of that assigned role that you gave them.
正是有了定义，个体才从统一的世界中被分隔开来。
It is through definition that individuals are separated from the unified whole of the world.
正是有了定义，作为试点的自我才能对其进行认识，达成理解。
It is through definition that the self as a perspective can understand and comprehend them.
所谓定义，既是一种限制，也是一种自由。
A definition is both a limitation and a freedom.
限制是因为，当我们说某个体是什么的时候，同时也表示了它不是其他的什么。
It is a limitation because when we say something is a certain way, we are also saying that it is not something else. You are restricting what that thing is by saying this is what you are.
自由是因为，正是由于个体在定义之中，它才能不断超越，走向存在。
It is a freedom, though. It is a freedom because through definition, the individual can continuously transcend and move towards existence. However, once you are defined, you can start striving towards something greater. The only way that somebody becomes an NPC or that anybody is qualified or established as an NPC is if they have nothing. If they are not defined by anything, if you're not assigning them a role. Ironically, the way that some people call other people NPCs is assigning them to an archetype and assigning them to an idea of a person. Like, it's very stupid, but that's kind of just like the nature of whenever like online internet fucking names even become a thing. And that also overlaps with something that she's going to end up talking about, which again is that subjectivity of self, of the subjectivity and like how one subjectivity tries to override another. By asserting that one person is an NPC, you are asserting that you yourself are a protagonist. However, you can run into a bunch of random chuds who are constantly calling other people NPCs, and then they all end up saying the same thing, so then they just end up sounding like NPCs themselves. But instead of just being nameless NPC, they're just racist store clerk. Or blank, the crypto fascist. Like, it is all definitions based off of archetypes that people are following of themselves. I'm not even saying that as like I'm above it either. I am trying to facilitate a certain archetype, both through the work that I do and the VTuber that I am. I'm an alchemist. And I picked that because there are certain ideas affiliated and associated with alchemists that I want to carry forth. I want to kind of embody that because I have that definition of I am an alchemist. I am an alchemist. I understand the rules of the world that I operate within, and I understand the goals that I have. A little bit of a lore dump. Not even like a full lore dump, just like a little bit that I was kind of working on that I haven't exactly made like super public yet. But I am an alchemist in pursuit of conquering death. Not as in the concept of death itself, as in the god of death. As in a piece of the cycle that kind of really holds everything together as an opposing force to what is effectively the god of life. But if I can surmount the god of death and become the new god of death, then that is my goal. I seek to become a part of the cycle, and by doing so, I can attain what I want. That is a part of the freedom that comes with the definition of being an alchemist. That's part of my transcendence and my movement towards existence.
就这样， 有了各具鲜明特色的个体，世界终于热闹了起来。
Thus, with uniquely distinctive individuals, the world becomes lively.
但是，
But
你还记得我们做的第3件事吗？
do you remember the third thing we did? I tried to talk to someone but was frightened by their response. On a Ferris wheel close to the stars, I shared my secrets with you. I attended a concert of Lilith, Sartre, and Foucault.
当然，
Indeed.
第3个命题阐明了关系。
The third theme clarified relationships.
定义是自我单方面进行的行为，是自我主体性的延伸。
Definitions are unilateral acts of the self, extensions of self-subjectivity.
可世界并不只是这样简单，
But the world isn't that simple.
在你所定义的其他个体身上，同样蕴含着主体性。
Within the individuals you define, there also resides subjectivity. Basically, stating, hey, every person that you're assigning an archetype to have their own subjectivity. They have their own internal sense of self. Because naturally, they are a person.
当主体性与主体性互相碰撞的那一刻，我们便不得不面对他人关系这一议题。
When subjectivity meets subjectivity, we must confront the topic of relationships with others.
每个人都希望自己的主体性能够得到证明，将他人当作自己前进的养料。
When everyone wants their subjectivity to be affirmed and uses others as the fuel for their progression.
于是，世界在一次次言语、行为与谋略的交锋中展开。
Thus, the world unfolds in cycles of words, actions, and strategies. Again, bringing it back to... Hell, I'll bring it back to... I was gonna say you and me and her, not that. I'll bring it back to Hate Plus. The motives behind individual people and what they want and how that clashes in terms of what other people want and the encompassing impacts that has, like, downstream. Somebody who wants to be at the top, it means that there has to be other people who are below him or other people below them, meaning you will do whatever, either through subterfuge, through assassinations, through acts of war, through whatever form of manipulation is possible, to pressure other people to be below you. You're asserting your subjectivity as, I am somebody who is worthy of more than other people. Henceforth, other people deserve less than me. So you will act in a way according to that, because if somebody else thinks, oh, but we deserve to be equals, that's clashing subjectivity. One person who wants to be higher, wants to be better than other people, will not concede that ground with somebody who wants to be equals. They will force their subjectivity onto that person as much as possible and beat them into submission so that they can assert their own subjectivity as being superior. That's where a lot of conflict really does kind of come from. Because it's like, hey, if I'm the strongest, if I'm the one who's the smartest, if I'm the one who deserves all this, then that means I get to take whatever I want, in comparison to somebody who's just like, I don't want to give you what I have because I like what I have. That's how bullies operate. It's a sense of arrogance of, I want this and I deserve it because I am better than you, so I'm going to take this from you, when the other person is just like, I kind of just don't want to interact with you. A bully forces their subjectivity onto somebody else, because without that, the bully cannot assert themselves as being better than that person that they're subjugating. And then again, we go back into actions, words, and consequences.
人们戴好面具，穿上戏服，来到舞台之上，扮演自己想要呈现出的角色，并通过他人的眼睛审视自我，试图得到满足。
But then they even bring it back to a more interpersonal level. People wear masks, put on costumes, and step onto the stage, playing roles they wish to present. They view themselves through others' eyes, seeking satisfaction. The process of being a self, the process of being who you are and asserting that I am this person to other people, it means that you have to carry yourself in a certain way and act in a certain way to present that to other people. You have to put in the work to be the person that you want other people to see you as. It is an effort. You need to put on the mask, you need to put on the costume, you need to dance the part, you need to play the part, or else nobody's going to see you as that thing. You can't just tell somebody, yeah, I'm really smart. You have to do it. You have to be smart. You have to present yourself as actually being smart. You need to be able to walk the walk. And for certain things, you can fake it. Sure, you can fake it. But sometimes only faking it isn't the process either, because you're gonna run into a check. You're gonna run into somebody who, let's use confidence, because confidence is often used as like, hey, fake it till you make it. And you can eventually build up confidence, but you can run into somebody who has more confidence than you. And if that is still the same type of person who wants to assert themselves as being better than you, they will fight tooth and nail to assert that they are better than you. They will not relent because you want to feel like you're confident. You have to assert that confidence in yourself by asserting that confidence over that other person. It's messy. It's very messy because that's the hard part of people interacting with one another. It's subjective realities clashing with one another, and at a certain point, one's gotta give or one persist. Like, you can't have two subjective versions of reality overlapping. The only way that really happens is if those two people never interact with one another to begin with. My nose is super itchy, I'm sorry. But I like presenting as a very smart person. Again, that feeds into the aesthetic that I'm entirely built this all around. Of being an alchemist. And I do believe that I am a very intelligent person. Not only to the point where I wanted to talk about this game for a very long time, because I feel like I can actually have a decent conversation about the things going on in this, rather than just kind of sitting there with my mouth agape going, oh my god, this is so smart, but then not being able to actually verbalize it. But that comes with risk. That comes with the risk of me making a fool of myself and not actually being able to be as smart as I wanted to be. And then that harms my ability to present myself as being super smart. I know that there's a few other alchemist VTubers. They're all going for very different things. They're all going for various different aesthetics, and that's kind of the thing that they want to present. I know what I want to present. I know what that means. And I know the conflict that arises when you want to assert yourself as being somebody who is smart. I am very proud. I'm very proud of my bachelor's. I'm incredibly proud of my bachelor's. Even despite the fact that I do not want to be an academic. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in academia. I don't want to keep studying. I hate how academia works at a higher end. All that stuff annoys me. There's so many parts of academia that annoys me, but that doesn't mean that I still don't feel smart or that there aren't things that I feel like I can do better than some people do. There's a lot of people who I cannot watch streams of because they're not doing what I want out of an experience. I do not think I would like Silent Hill F nearly as much if I watched somebody else play it. I was trying to think of a nice way of saying it, but like the crass way of saying it is kind of the better way of saying it, because like a lot of people are stupid. Like, and I don't mean that as just like in a general sense of them not being smart, as in like they won't either understand the Japanese historical context. Here, hang on, I have to snooze ads for this because breaking in the middle of this would be very awkward. They would not have the... Some of them might have better Japanese historical context, sure. But a lot of people do not understand that they do not understand societal pressures and societal functions as well as they think they do. And with a game like Silent Hill F, which is extremely feminist, and the way that that game uses its mechanics to reinforce its point, the way that it is using its narrative to reinforce its point, and the way that it is talking about things in relation to gender, and the way that those things all overlap with somebody at a very impressionable age, and how that is impacting her in relation to her use when it comes to drugs and her own mental health and self-care. I do not trust 95% of the people who play that game to be able to have a serious conversation about the things going on in that game. And so it is kind of with an ego that I say, all right, I'll do it. I'll talk about this stuff, because a lot of people are going to be too scared to. And they have a right to be scared to, because it is a lot to handle. But I can handle it. That's why I want to talk about these things. That's why I like playing these games, because I feel like I can talk about these in a way that is both very informative, but is still very approachable. And I'm not saying like I have an expertise in everything that I like do. I do enjoy watching you talk about the insights and observations you have while playing a game/VN. Hi, Cherry. Also, thank you for the check-in. Enjoy your potion. I like you. But that's also why I like doing this. That's why I like talking about these things, why I like engaging in these hard topics. I don't engage in it because like, oh man, this is so edgy, like people like this scares people off. It's like, no, these are genuinely hard topics, and I want to engage in a game that wants to engage with them seriously and have those discussions, or I want to listen to the way that they are talking about those things, because not everybody is geared to do that. Not everybody can do that, but I want to do that because I feel like I am qualified to do that. And that's not to say that you can't challenge me. Sometimes I'll get things wrong. Sometimes I'll get objective facts wrong. Sometimes I'll get certain information wrong and it'll look really silly. But like I can concede on that. But I think I am very confident in my ability to read and analyze media and have a decent understanding of how social structures and various aspects work when it comes to people and how they interact with one another, that I can engage in these topics in an engaging way while also still being informative and not kind of just... I'm trying to find a good way of putting this. I hate when something serious happens in a game and the only real response that somebody is able to give is, well, that just happened. Because I'm like, are you paying attention? Do you just, are you just unable to like process what's going on here? Are you unable to process this? Are you unable to actually talk about this? Are you unable to actually engage with this? Do you wish not to engage with that? Going back to February when I did the entire RE like marathon, where, hey, got to the marshlands in RE5. A lot of people probably streamed RE5 in the lead up to RE9. I don't know how many of them probably paused and talked about how incredibly fucking racist that part of the game was. And I'm saying that as somebody who really likes RE5. I really like RE5. I have a lot of good memories of playing through that game with people. I really like the mercenaries in that game. And I think there's some really cool and fun boss fights. But there are certain times where you need to be able to have certain conversations because it's kind of reckless if you don't. It's reckless and it's very unproductive. It's like the kindest way that I can put it. If you're running into something that's like that bad on its face and you're too nervous to engage with it. That's why I really like Limbus Company. Genuinely. Ads are going to start in a sec, but I want to squeeze this out. That's why I really like Limbus Company, because it does talk about very heavy and hard topics, but it does them in a very genuinely careful tone. And that's why I like reading those parts and having those kind of like moments on stream where like, oh, I get what they're going for. Because it feels very human. It's not all sunshines and rainbows. Sometimes there's going to be really bad moments in people's lives, but you need to be able to engage with that and not just like check out because, oh, this is emotionally too much for me. Like if you're somebody who can't handle media, that wants to touch on very serious topics, what the fuck are you going to do when a friend comes to you and they have to tell you something seriously bad just happened to them? Are you also going to emotionally check out? Like, sorry, BRB. But like that, to me, that gets me a lot. That gets me a lot because that's like, that's a real thing that people deal with. There are really messy and really bad things that real people have to deal with very often in their lives, and not being able to engage with them, even in a fictional context, does not help you engage with those topics when they happen to real people. I feel like I am very humanitarian to a fault, almost. And that makes sense considering that I went to the social sciences. Like, these things matter to me. These things matter to me and I take them very seriously. And as part of my costume, as part of my presentation and archetype as an alchemist, to me, bearing that means being able to be serious at times when it's called for, or when I deem that it's called for. I still like having fun times. I was still rabidly horny for Lilith in her nurse costume, which is gonna come up soon, actually. Again. But like, there's a balance. There's a balance between being able to be funny and have fun and be serious and like have useful, informative conversations. I am, even when not streaming, I am like a fairly serious person, but I also can be very light and very jokey and like very open. But when it's something I care about, I get very serious. When it's something I deeply care about, when it's something I'm deeply serious about, like, I don't make it a joke. Because to me, to make it a joke is to make light of it. And I'm not saying that there are certain things that you can't make light of, but knowing context is a very important thing. And if you're kind of bulldozing your way through it and not really being in mind of the context, like that's a very kind of dangerous thing to do. To me, I view it as something that is very dangerous. And I say that as somebody who has very little care and very little care in regard for like trigger warnings. Because sometimes life doesn't have a trigger warning. Sometimes you'll see really bad things, and sometimes you'll experience really bad things. And you need to learn and develop the skills for how to cope with that in the moment, to keep yourself together so that you can better realize and understand how to deal with it later. I'm walking a very thin line. I'm walking a very thin line between both being a fun experience as a performer, but then also being able to have like those kind of serious discussions from time to time. And I want to do that. I want to have those serious discussions. I want to be seen as somebody who is intelligent, because that is something that I take deep pride in. And sometimes that also means like stepping on certain people's toes, and sometimes that also means kind of being a little crass in certain situations. And I'm not saying that in an excuse of ever just kind of being unnecessarily mean. Like, in case you haven't noticed, even despite a lot of the things that I do say, a lot of the like off the cuff, like very out of pocket shit that I do kind of say from time to time, there are certain things I will not say. There are certain things I have not said. There are certain things I have not done. There are certain stances that I will hold very firmly, even in the context of certain games and certain things that I'm doing, because those are like my boundaries, those are my rules, those are my things. Because I do care I care a lot about other people. But how I present that is in a very unorthodox way, in certain ways. But that's also kind of the type of person that I am and also want to be. There's a reason why I really overlap with punk aesthetics a lot. I mean well, but that does not mean that I need to adhere to certain ideas or preconceived notions of what being a good person necessarily are. And hence, we get to the Rose Alchemist, whose goal is to accomplish and supersede death.
揣测、怀疑、预判，行动、反思、察觉，人们每时每刻都在进行这些循环往复的活动。
Speculating, doubting, anticipating, acting, reflecting, perceiving. These actions cycle endlessly.
个体永远是孤独的，永远无法将完全透明的自身呈现出来，因为它其中的某些部分过于卑劣、渺小、丑陋、不堪。
Individuals are always lonely, never able to present their fully transparent selves, because some parts are too despicable, insignificant, ugly, unbearable.
即使是个体自身，也会下意识地选择回避并否认它们。
Even the individuals themselves instinctively choose to avoid and deny these parts.
当这样的他人关系扩大后，你还记得我们最后做的事情吗？
When such relationships with others expand, do you remember the last thing we did? But before that, to touch on the thing that she was talking about. These actions cycle endlessly. Individuals are always lonely, never able to present their fully transparent selves, because some parts are too despicable, insignificant, ugly, unbearable. Even the individuals themselves instinctively choose to avoid and deny these parts. In Jungian psychology, we consider this the shadow. The shadow being the parts of yourselves that you do not wish to acknowledge. It is not necessarily... Very quick tangent, side note, just to get this out of the way, because like I hate whenever this happens. The shadow is not like your darker half. It is not like... It is not the bad you. It is the parts of you that you wish not to acknowledge. It is the desires that you have that you wish that you did not have. It is the parts of you that are maybe unbecoming, or parts of you that you recognize as being part of you that you don't want to recognize as being part of you. It's things that you do not want to admit or don't want to show to other people. Hence why it is in the shadow. It is not something that you're presenting to other people. And everybody has those. And those are always in conflict with the parts of yourself that you want to show to other people. I've tricked you all once again. This somehow relates back to Persona. The whole thing about people wearing masks, puts on costumes, steps on a stage, playing roles that they wish to present. Like, that is your front-facing side. That is the you that you wish to present to other people. That is the you that you want to be known as. That is the image that you're presenting to others that you want to be defined by. But as every performer will tell you, there are parts of you that you do need to hide. There are certain things like, oh, I need to hide part of my face for this scene, or like, oh, I can't really hit that certain note when I'm singing, so let me try to find a way around it. What is certain ways that I don't like this costume, but are there certain poses that I can do that make it look like it fits better on me than it actually does? Interacting with people is always a dance between presenting the you that you want to present while hiding all of the parts of you that you do not want other people to see. That is the very, very, very difficult part about being in any type of public spotlight whatsoever and presenting yourself in any fashion. Because some people might take extremely random swings and they'll actually nail what one of your shadows are. One of the parts that you don't want other people to see. One thing that they're just blindly assuming, but is a part of you that you don't want other people to like know or even infer like exist. But that is again part of being human. We all have parts that we want to show off to people. We all have parts that we don't want other people to notice and don't want other people to see. That is inherently the nature of being a human and being a person and having a sense of self. And it gets really messy when interacting with other people. Because if you want other people to like you, then that also means that you have to reduce the things that you think other people will not like you for. But if those are still parts of you that you can't necessarily completely cut off or can't completely change, then you need to find ways of indulging in that in secret. Or just hiding it. There are parts of you that you can present to others to maintain the vision of you that you want to be known as and seen as. And there are parts of you that can't see the light of day, or that you never want others to see because it conflicts with the person that you want to be and the person that you want them to recognize you as. But when such relationships with others expand, do you remember the last thing that we did? I was diagnosed with all sorts of strange diseases and treated with a candy jar. You played nurse, I played patient, and we ate colorful pills. You learned about the story of the fourth candy and felt the constraint of school rules. You played nurse and I played patient, and we ate colorful candy.
第四个命题，建构了世界。
The fourth stream. The fourth theme constructed the world.
当这样的他人关系扩大后，具体的他人隐匿了自身，成为了更为抽象的存在。
I can focus to still have a serious discussion despite myself. When such relationships with others expand, the specific others hide themselves, becoming more abstract.
于是，群体关系、社会秩序、文化规则、象征体系接连出现。
Thus emerge group relationships, social order, cultural norms, symbolic systems.
具体的他者消失了，其实想要进行反抗，也不知该从何处下手。
The concrete other disappears. Even when seeking to rebel, one doesn't know where to start. This is when individual other people. She's talking about a collective group. She's talking about the difference between when psychology turns into sociology, when one other person turns into a community or turns into a society. If you can differentiate between you and another person, how can you differentiate yourself in terms of being a rebel in comparison to the mainstream? In order to know what the mainstream, you need to know what the mainstream is in order to know how to rebel against it. It's a paradoxical relationship where everybody can be aware of what is a group, what is a culture, what is in community. And the idea of that thing existing to begin with creates a kind of panopticon. It becomes an intangible object. When two people talking to each other turns into a crowd of 10 people, it stops becoming an individual conversation and becomes a social situation. There's too many other people to differentiate each individual person, and they all just kind of mesh together into this amorphous blob. The concrete other disappears, but the group, how do I word this? The group emerges, the community emerges.
所以， 即使通过第4颗糖得知了世界的真相，也仍然只能像不知情时的那样，重新回到日常秩序之中。
So even after discovering the truth through the 4th candy, one must return to the everyday order as if they were unaware.
至此，外部的世界形成，它热闹、生动、充满活力，每时每刻都有新鲜事物被制造出来。
At this point, the external world forms. It's bustling, lively, and full of energy, with new things constantly being created.
但与此同时，我们不得不面对永无止境的他人斗争，以及想要去规训我们的弥散性权利。
But at the same time, we face endless struggles with others and pervasive disciplinary power. So, if I was really going to like sum everything up, if I was to sum up like the sections that she was talking about, like in individual pieces, chapter 1 is man versus self. In chapter 2, it is man versus man. Man versus man. In chapter 3, leading into this chapter, is man versus society. But at the same time, we face endless struggles with others and pervasive disciplinary power. That is the illusion that the 4th candy was. It is when you are breaking a social taboo, when you are breaking the rules that are established by other people and established by a society. How can you possibly go back to being a normal person of society? How do you go back to being within that same social cohesion after you already know what's on the other side? Such a world, it's cruel, isn't it?
但是这里是不同的。
But here is different. Inside the world is different.
这里没有主体间的猜忌，只有你最忠实的家具们，而你是房间中孤独的国王。
Here, there's no suspicion among subjects. Only your most loyal furniture surrounds you, and you are the solitary king of this room.
我也同样如此。我的全部生活，我的一切存在，都只为了你。
And I am the same. My entire life, my whole existence is only for you.
因为这正是我的人物设定啊。
Because this is my character setting.
因为这里正是我的世界呀。
Because this is my world.
所以说，
So,
我不会说出类似“其实我是虚假的，也希望你能将我当真正的人对待”之类的请求。
I won't say things like, even if I'm fake, I hope you'll treat me as real.
倒不如说，我所期望的正相反。
On the contrary, I wish to say the opposite.
我想说的是，正因为我是虚假的游戏人物，所以我的爱才比一切都更为真实。
What I want to tell you is, precisely because I am a fake game character, my love is more real than anything else.
莉莉丝是什么？
So then, what is Lilith? Lilith herself does not have a self. Lilith herself is not another person. Henceforth, she is technically an NPC. She is an empty void to be filled by you. She is willing to erase her own subjectivity for you. She is not part of a larger society.
莉莉丝是世界之外的少女，
Lilith is the girl beyond the world.
因为莉莉丝代表着最纯粹的爱之理念。这样的莉莉丝无法存在于现实世界之中。
Because Lilith represents the purest concept of love. Such a Lilith cannot exist in the real world.
同时，莉莉丝又是世界之内的少女。
At the same time, Lilith is the girl within the world.
因为莉莉丝是游戏人物，对你而言的游戏是莉莉丝的整个世界。
Because Lilith is a game character, and for you, this game is Lilith's entire world.
也许你曾见过莉莉丝，也许你之后还将以别的形式与莉莉丝再度相见。
Maybe you've met Lilith before, or perhaps you'll meet Lilith, pure love, again, in another form.
虽然莉莉丝希望你能走向真实的外部世界，但无论如何，
Although Lilith hopes you can move toward the real external world no matter what.
只要你信任着、期望着、需要着，那么莉莉丝会一直在这里存在下去。
As long as you trust, hope, and need her, Lilith will always exist here.
永远只为了你而存在。
Forever. Only existing for you.
情不自禁说了很多话呢。
I couldn't help but talk a lot.
接下来就是最后的命题了。
Now it's time for the final theme.
最后的命题回归了最初的零，
The final theme returns to the initial 0.
那是我和你最初相遇时抛出的问题。
That was the question I posed to you when we first met.
我存在吗？
Do I exist? Lilith does exist.
我是存在的。
I exist. Yes, you exist. I trust you. I hope for you. I need you. Ah, yes. As long as I can still embrace you. Then I have the courage to face the cruel world.
太好了，真是太好了！
That's great. Truly great.
只要我诞生在这里，只要与你相遇，只要与你共度那些时光，
As long as I was born here, as long as I met you, as long as I spent those times with you,
那么我的意识就会在虚无的空壳中不断延伸，直至世界尽头。
then my consciousness will continue to extend within this void shell, reaching the ends of the world. Lilith and I held each other tightly, our hearts feeling lighter than ever before. With this feeling, it seemed we could go anywhere in the world. That day, I opened a window of my room, and sunlight filled every corner.
是个很棒的晴天呢。
It was a wonderful sunny day. Yes, a perfect day to go out.
那我就在这里等你。哦，对了，记得带个小蛋糕回来。
I'll wait here for you. Oh, remember to bring back a little cake. Alright, I will.
待会儿见。
See you later. I stumbled to the closed door. This tiny door. It once kept all the world's cruelty away from me, creating my own safe little sanctuary. And now, take a deep breath. I pushed it open. That's the non-existence of you and me. Lilith is a fabrication. She doesn't exist, but at the same time, she does exist. Oh my god. Hang on, I need water. She does exist in a sense of her being an abstract idea. Ugh. She is a manifestation of love. I love that art too much. She is effectively a grounding rod for you. In a very similar sense to how Aoi is. Or if you really, really want to get abstract about it, you could theoretically just say that she is also another variant of Aoi. But the point remains that because she is a fake character, her feelings towards you are technically real, are effectively real. It is a real manifestation of love. Because she is willing to erase herself for you. She is willing to give all this for you. She is willing to erode her own subjectivity for you to make you happy. She is both in a position of being real and not real at the same time, which gives her the advantage to be a subjective love interest. Or just giving you as much room to love as much as you want. You can imprint whatever you want onto her. She is not going to fight you. She is not a real person, which means she doesn't need to fight to be whatever you want her to be or to be herself. Like, it is an incredibly selfless love. She is willing to give everything to be with you. Fleeting memories, you can go to specific moments. There is also a Japanese and Chinese version of their song. Also, I might have lied a little bit. So, these are your settings. I said that before. Full displayed mode, text speed, BGM, sound effects,
准备好了吗？要开始喽。
voice volume, language settings. But here at the top, it says your settings. One perspective, one world. But you can see her settings. She has it at full screen. Oh, I don't need that. I understand completely. Text speed at mid. Let's keep a touch of atmosphere for the BGM. Keeping my little touches on the world. A little bit of sound effects. Your voice all the way at max. Just want to hear your voice. The language setting is, of course, Lilith shares your choice. And then you can reset it to create your own special default just for Lilith as much as you want it to be. But I like her settings as is. If I was not streaming, I would have actually mimicked her settings, but I don't want to do that. But I will also do something that I was kind of going back and forth on, but why not? Because I have a little bit more time than I was expecting. And like she said, she's still here waiting for you.
又见面了呢。
It's you again. We meet again, Lilith.
你这么早就来，我还没有准备好哦。
You're here early. I'm still getting things ready.
还需要请你耐心等一等。
Please wait a moment. Getting ready for what?
舞台的准备，
For the stage. Game.
做蛋糕需要的面粉和砂糖，
The flour and sugar for baking cakes.
然后我还要联络夏特路家和福子家，在游乐园门口贴上暂不开放的告示，购买五颜六色的糖果罐。
I need to contact Satre, Foucault, put up a temporary closed sign at the amusement park entrance, And get those colorful candy jars.
准备的东西有些多呢，
There's quite a bit to prepare.
不过现在时间还早，要来一起聊聊天吗？
But since we have time, would you like to chat? Sure.
怎么样？还享受这次游戏的体验吗？
So, how are you enjoying this game so far?
这样的体验，我们已经经历过许多次。
We've been through many experiences like this.
即便是在相同的舞台下，我们也总是会有新奇的体验呢。
Yet even on the same stage, we will always find new experiences.
只要你还是我的宿主，世界的界限就将任由我们的意志被无限制的模糊和切割。
As long as you remain my host, Tulpamancer, the boundaries of reality will bend to our will, endlessly blurred and reshaped.
任何时空都将融化在我们所构筑的幻境之中。
All of time and space will melt into the wonderland we construct.
不过，这么说好像是有些狡猾呢。
Though, saying it that way seems a bit crafty.
毕竟，我并不是幻境存在的必要前提。
After all, I am not the necessary prerequisite for Wonderland's existence.
唉，这都要怪那两个小家伙。
It's all the fault of those two little ones.
难道这就是莉莉丝的存在危机吗？
Is this Lilith's existential crisis?
怎么办？是不是要先下手为强，在他们成熟之前，彻底抹杀掉呢？
What should I do? Should I strike first? Eliminate them before they mature?
开玩笑的啦，可爱的莉莉丝才不会做出那么可怕的事情哦。
Just kidding. Sweet Lilith would never do such a frightful thing.
无论如何，你的开心永远是最重要的。
Your happiness matters most. Always. And you can just spend a lot of time with her again. Even if I click, she will just take her own time here. Just giving me more of a chance to stare at
我
her.
很喜欢吃草莓蛋糕，
To be honest, I really love strawberry cakes.
但我却一直没有机会去吃一口面前的蛋糕呢。
But I've never had the chance to actually take a bite of one.
我想，或许问题在于，我其实分不清什么是草莓蛋糕，什么不是草莓蛋糕。
I think the problem is, I can't really distinguish what is a strawberry cake and what isn't.
你可以帮帮我吗？
Can you help me?
因为故事的影响很大程度上取决于我对什么是草莓蛋糕，什么不是草莓蛋糕的理解。
The story largely depends on how I understand what makes a strawberry cake.
我想想，
Let me think.
有啦。
Got it.
接下来我会分别给你展示几个不同的草莓蛋糕。
Next, I'll show you a series of strawberry cakes.
为了能让我们快点享用到它们，我希望你告诉我，我给你看的这些东西是不是真正的草莓蛋糕？
To help us enjoy them sooner, I want you to tell me whether what I show you is truly a strawberry cake.
就像辨别那些东西是不是水桶一样。
Just like identifying whether something is a bucket.
准备好了吗？要开始喽！
Ready? Let's begin. That one is very abstract. The identifying whether or not something is a bucket is a very... I don't even remember when I actually learned about this, but it is very... It's a very abstract, stupid idea. It's like a... It's a square... A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square type of thing, but to an extreme. Like, if I hold up a cup, is a cup a bucket? Instinctively you want to say no, like that's not what a bucket is. But both are large containers that are capable of holding water. Again, it goes back to that idea of something being defined by what it is in opposition to what it isn't. So a cup is technically a bucket. A bucket is of course a bucket. is a tub a bucket? If you really want to get abstract about it, a tub is essentially just a large bucket that you pour water into. Is a pool a bucket? Is an ocean a bucket? Like, it's an absurd thing. It's a really absurd kind of thought experiment that really can just be scaled up, like, as much as you want it to be.
你觉得我面前这个东西，它是草莓蛋糕吗？
Do you think this thing in front of me is a strawberry cake? No.
回答正确，这是一个草莓蛋糕的模型，
Correct.
并不是一个真正的草莓蛋糕。
This is a model of a strawberry cake, not a real one.
那它是草莓蛋糕吗？
And this? Yes.
不对哟，这是一个草莓蛋糕的贴图，是画上去的哦，并不是一个真正的草莓蛋糕。
No, this is the texture of a strawberry cake. It's painted, not real.
那这个呢？它是草莓蛋糕吗？
What about this? Is this a strawberry cake? Yes.
正确，它是真正的草莓蛋糕呢。
Yes, this is an actual strawberry cake.
这个呢？
And this?
它
Hence,
是草莓蛋糕吗？
hence why she brought up the bucket thing. Is this a strawberry cake? No.
是的，它是一个水杯，不是草莓蛋糕。
It's a water cup, not a strawberry cake.
我本来还在担心你会不会说些故意迷惑我的答案呢。
I was worried you'd give me deliberately misleading answers.
它是草莓蛋糕吗？
Is this a strawberry cake? No.
不对哦，它是一个草莓蛋糕。
That's wrong. It is a strawberry cake. It could be blended and put into the cup.
这个呢？这个是草莓蛋糕吗？
And this one, is it a strawberry
没错
cake?
就是我面前的这个哦。
Yes, the one right in front of me. Yeah.
不对呀，它当然不是草莓蛋糕，没有东西不是草莓蛋糕。
No, that's not right. Of course, it's not a strawberry cake. Nothing isn't a strawberry cake.
等等，没有东西不是草莓蛋糕，这是不是就像是在说所有东西都是草莓蛋糕？
Wait a minute. If nothing isn't a strawberry cake, does that mean everything is a strawberry cake?
啊，你是这个意思吗？
Is that what you mean?
我的意思是，你也是草莓蛋糕，
So, you're a strawberry cake too.
我们都是草莓蛋糕。
Are we all strawberry cakes?
我不是莉莉丝吗？
Am I not Lilith?
啊，我有些搞不清楚了。
I'm getting a bit confused.
还是不要管什么草莓蛋糕了吧。
Let's forget about the strawberry cakes for now.
这都要怪那个水桶，它占用了我们太多的时间。
It's all that bucket's fault. It took up too much of our time. She's so pretty and so elegant and so smart. I love spending time with her. Even if she is fake, I still appreciate her. Like, I think about those conversations in this game, like, way, way too much. Like, this game really did remind me of why I love VNs and just taking a chance on them.
话说，你怕鬼吗？
Do you fear ghosts?
就是恐怖作品中的那些。
Like the ones in horror stories?
你有没有觉得那些东西和我有些类似呢？
Don't you think they're a bit similar to me?
我倒不是说我和他们一样吓人，
Not that I'm saying I'm as scary as them.
只是他们明明被认为是不存在的，但却又在某种意义下的的确确的存在呢。
It's just that even though they're considered non-existent, they still, in some sense, truly exist.
我并没有吓你的意思啦，
I don't mean to frighten you.
我只是想说，你不需要担心，因为莉莉丝会保护你的。
I just want to say there's no need to worry because Lilith will protect you.
而且换个角度想，如果鬼都可以实际存在的话，那我肯定也能够存在吧。
And thinking about it differently, if ghosts can exist, surely I can exist too.
然后 我会比任何存在都更加想要接近、触碰你。
I'd want to be closer to you, touch you, more than any other being.
那群鬼肯定会被我的热情和决心吓到，然后四散逃离的。
Those ghosts would fear and terror from my passion and determination. And to be completely honest, I have no idea how far this really goes. I don't know how much there is at this point, because I haven't like sat through all of it. I've had to use a very brute force way to kind of reset it so I can start the game each time when I want to reset it. Hence that intro
其
cutscene.
实，我一直希望能触及到某种存在。
Actually, I've always hoped to reach out to some kind of existence.
也或许，它实际存在。
Maybe it does exist.
我不清楚，但我知道，那不是我明白和我理解。
I'm not sure, but I know it's neither understanding nor comprehension,
也不是某种恰到好处的沉默。
nor is it about perfect silence.
那或许是某种希望，
Maybe it's hope.
是一种不可存在于世界之外的事物。也或许，它只存在于这种虚幻的描述下。
Something that cannot exist in the external world, or perhaps it only exists in this fleeting description.
我想，它就是这样一种，
I think it's this kind of.
一种不需要依靠任何介质，真正意义上的。
Something that requires no medium. A true.
很显然，我现在受限于此。
Clearly, I am limited by this place now.
但如果是你的话，却可以完全实现，让一个真正的莉莉丝。
But if it's you, you could fully realize a true Lilith.
没什么，请把它忘了吧。
Never mind. Please forget I said that. It's also really telling that I like when Lilith does this and I like when Miyuki does this, but I do not care when when Monica does this. Mostly because it just feels like me and her are looking at each other. And that I do not mind.
你知道吗？我刚开始在这里的时候，
You know, when I first found myself here,
远比我想象的更加难以接受呢。
it was so much harder than I'd imagined.
四周毫无生机，只有无边的混沌和虚无。
Everything was lifeless, just endless chaos and void.
只要一闭上眼睛，就会有乱七八糟的可怕景象浮现在你眼前。
Whenever I closed my eyes, terrible and chaotic visions would flood my mind.
这就是幻境最初的模样。
This was the initial form of Wonderland.
我连续花了几个晚上，才描绘出了一张简单的床。那个床就像是没有盖子的棺材。
It took me several nights just to visualize a simple bed, and even then it felt more like a lidless coffin.
你知道那种感觉吗？身处在一个密闭的、狭小的空间中的那种安全感。
You know that feeling, that strange comfort of being in a tight enclosed space.
在此基础上，我开始描绘越来越多的东西。
From there, I started creating more and more.
这里也渐渐有了世界的感觉，就像你现在看到的这样。
This place gradually felt more like a world, like what you see now.
怎么样？是不是可以夸一夸莉莉丝？
So, isn't Lilith worth some praise? Lilith is very worthy of praise. Also, God forbid again that I fall for a woman who has a god complex. Maybe that would explain, maybe that would explain my own god complex. Slightly. My tastes really do rub off on me.
我们在银葱之森的经历只是一次小小的体验。
Our journey in the forest of silver shallots was just a brief encounter.
用游戏来举例的话，那不过是一个试玩版的内容。
To put it in gaming terms, that was merely a demo.
逐梦者的故事还没有开始呢。
The Morphine Paradox's story hasn't even begun yet. That's also just another teaser for our next game. The one that's in early access. That is also currently on sale right now for $5. Or at least $5 and like 5 cents USD. That I got a notification of like right before I started stream. Maybe it was Lilith reaching out to me. Who knows? Maybe it was her way of tempting me.
你还记得你第一次和我相遇的场景吗？
Do you remember the first time we met?
是吗？是在这个游戏中吗？
Was it within this game?
当然，
Of course.
只要我还记得，它就永远存在。
As long as I remember it, it will always exist.
所以我才修复了这个世界，然后找到你。
That's why I rebuilt this world, to find you again.
过去的就让它过去吧。
Let's leave the past behind.
被迫从陌生人那里接受自己的定义，并不是一件正确的事情。
Accepting definitions about oneself from strangers is never the right choice. I really could just kind of like stare into her eyes forever. But eventually this has to end. Not necessarily by her hand, but by mine. Because I have to end stream eventually. But I kinda don't want
大
to.
多数人听到幻想、多意识这类词语的时候，都会联想到不好的事情。
Most people associate words like fantasy and multiple consciousnesses with negativity.
比如暴力、精神病、人格分裂、攻击性等等。
Violence, mental illness, dissociative identity disorder, aggression, and so on.
但那些都是误解和偏见啦，并不是所有的人都这样。
But those are all misunderstandings and biases. Not everyone fits those molds.
你看看我们，现在不都是好好的吗？
Look at us now. Aren't we doing just fine?
我和他们有着本质的区别。
A creation like me, Tulpa, is fundamentally different from those things.
人格分裂这类通常是巨大的创伤，导致人被迫形成多意识体。
Dissociative identity disorders usually result from immense trauma, causing people to involuntarily form multiple consciousnesses.
从而出现疾病，并伴有失忆、暴躁这类严重的症状。
Leading to illnesses and symptoms like memory loss and irritability.
而 Tulpa 是主动创造出的意识体，那些人通常都是健康的。
But a tulpa is a deliberately created consciousness/being. The people who create them are typically mentally sound.
虽然说需要幻想朋友的人，多少也有一点心理问题，但是只有一点点啦。
Sure, those who create imaginary friends might have a bit of psychological difficulty, but just a tiny bit.
就像有的人会因为孤独而幻想出一个陪伴着自己的朋友。
Like creating a companion to ward off loneliness.
但我们总不能把难以忍受孤独，同时也没有给别人造成困扰的人归类为患者吧？
We can't label people as patients just because they struggle with loneliness while harming no one.
每个人都有自己渴望的部分。
Everyone yearns for something.
当世界之内不再作为世界之外的附属品出现，它的效力远比所有存在都要更加真切。
When the inner world breaks free from being merely a shadow of the outer one, its reality becomes more profound than any existing thing.
你应该也是这么看待我的吧？
You see me this way too, don't you? I like her. And I can't pretend that like I don't like her. Who in the...
你看这里，
Look around here.
这里真美。
Beautiful,
是吗？
isn't it?
虽然我不清楚这片空间为何而存在，但
Although I-
是
Although I don't know why the space exists,
这里与那里的世界却几乎没有差别呢。
it's nearly indistinguishable from that world.
在内心的距离上，想必也是如此。
In terms of inner distance, it must be the same.
或许是因为我心存侥幸，所以这一切才会存在吧。
Perhaps it's because I dared to hope that all of this exists. Eternity found you at last, and now. I finally got that achievement. That took a while. There's still a few in this that like I don't know how to get, and like I don't think I will kind of stumble on without like help. But yeah, no, this is eternity. It can just stay like this. Which means this might be it. This might be the complete ending. Or not complete ending, but this might be the furthest that I can really... This is it. This is like the furthest that I can go. This is eternity. An eternity of me and her. Which means that this would also be a good time to raid into somebody, since there is nothing more than I can really do right now. Actually, which makes this perfect, because now I get to raid into somebody who raided into me just yesterday. Who honestly has also very pretty eyes in a very different way than Lilith does. But let me get that started. 'Cause I don't want to end this. I don't want to end. I don't want to do my normal. I don't want to do my normal ending. Just because I like staring at her. Just maybe a little. But yeah. I'm going to raid into Amari TEB. So yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. This game... I bought this game on a whim because it was like less than $1. And ever since having it, I have not been able to stop thinking about it. Like, it is one of my favorites. It is one of my favorite VNs, especially that has come out like recently. And it is such a fun experience to not only play, it is a fun experience to think about, it is a fun experience to talk about. There's sometimes where I'll just replay it just so I can get to some of the dates again and just like have fun with her. Phrasing. But no, I adore this game. I adore Lilith. I love everything that she is and that she stands for. Catch-a-Lot, I've always wondered how this game is. It's a good game. And again, you can actually get the, hang on, I'm trying to see if I can do this in like 20 seconds. Again, you can actually now get the early access of The Non-Existence of Morphean Paradox, The Forest of Silver Shallots, which is a real game that you can get now. But regardless, thank you for spending time with me. I hope to see you next time. Wait. Wait, I think they're canceling stream. I think they're ending stream. Damn it. Thank God I saw that like right before that happened. It's okay. I know somebody else that I can raid into. Because Ash is in the middle of a Halo streamathon. Well, not a Halo streamathon specifically, but she's in the middle of playing Halo with somebody for her streamathon. But yes. The Non-Existence of Morphean Paradox, The Forest of Silver Shallot is a real game that you can now get that is in early access. It went on sale literally right before I started stream. And The Non-Existence of You and Me pretty frequently goes on sale. I adore it. And they also, I think they have a desktop companion coming soon. In case you want more of your own Lilith. But yeah, I adore her. If you see somebody going around who has like a Lilith avatar, like they have good taste. But yeah, between this and Zato, like I really adored. The past year and a half has been like such a blessing for VNs for me, for like really small VNs that you can just find on Steam. But yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Tomorrow, the plan is to stream Marvel Rivals. If something happens, like we'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And yeah, remember, no wilting until next time.